Hello, 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 hello. Get some music going. I got my coffee. Play some Satisfactory today. Boo da boo da boo. There we go. Let me move the coffee out of the way so I don't spill it. All right. So I did a little bit. I got the blueprint that we were hunting down. The solid steel ingot recipe. So we've got this. I finished setting up this whole floor in terms of the actual production buildings. And what I've been trying to do, using blueprints, of course, since we're doing all this with blueprints. So you can see even this is blueprinted. I'm probably gonna have to do the bottom part here, not as a blueprint. Got our entrance. We've got walkways here. Some pretty lights. It's not all done though. I've got to do this part. So there's none there. But we've got an entrance on this side. So yeah. And it should be kind of cool because there will be like belts and stuff going on under there. So it'd be kind of cool that you can see it. If you like look over the railing, you'll see stuff going by is the idea. I don't have any lights or anything like that in the room with the machines, which maybe I could change. It shouldn't be like a ton of work to change later. Like we change the blueprint, we delete this one and we replace if we really want to. Yeah. So I was also thinking, so there's an empty space on this floor that might actually be perfect and that we could have a parking lot. So we have a parking lot here, and then one of our ways upstairs could be here. I was thinking that we would do staircase here and a staircase over here. But honestly, I mean, just like for the sake of it being even, I was going to do that, but I might just do it on this side. Regardless, I don't really want it to take up like too big of a footprint, but in the long run, having a hypertube that goes all the way up would be really nice. So I don't know, but yeah, you can see all of this is blueprints, so it will be easier to get rid of later because of that. It also has been making it easier to just, you know, duplicate patterns that I'm making here. These little walkways to the doors, all that good stuff. So I think the next part I need to figure out is, I think this side would be good to figure out. So let me do it not blueprint just to figure it out. All right, so this gets us, okay, so this one is there. I think I'm gonna make it go down the middle. So it'll be something like this. I don't think we need to go over there. That can just be belt stuff. And then we just go like this. And then if we follow the pattern of this other blueprint, So I'm gonna have to make a new one because it's gonna have different spacing. But if we follow this pattern, it starts with one in the direction and then it goes. So we wouldn't want this one. And we wouldn't want this one. So this would be the tiniest blueprint ever. I mean, maybe not ever, but only 3 steps. And then we make a different blueprint that goes... like this. I'm just doing it once manually so that I can get the spacing figured out. Just go all the way across to this final one. See, I don't think I'm gonna make this like be a totally interconnected walkway. We're gonna actually end it. And then do that. And then we'll fill the gap, I think. I think that's what I want. So all of these. Do something like this. And then we'll have the bars that go across and that are lit up. Okay, so I think this is the spacing. So this first blueprint starts here. So 1, 2, 3. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I forgot a door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, that's fine because it is 4x4 blueprint, which these are half a foundation, so that's why it's 8. So yeah, we'll do the first 2 doors will be the first blueprint. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, and then this one will be identical, the one after it. Okay, so then let's do this crossway first. That'll be easy peasy. Because we already have a starting point for that. We will load this crossing blueprint. And basically what I'm going to do is... I'm making this confusing if I do it like this. Let's see. So it's 2 forward and then into a wall, right? We don't want the sides. So it's just this. Okay, and this is a bad programming practice, but whatever. This bad naming convention practice. Okay, we're gonna do that. That's fine. Then let's go ahead and do the other one. So we're gonna load. I think I could load from here and modify. It's the same length and everything. It's just that the crossing points will look different. So we are going to get rid of all this. I am going to have to do my little trick to redo it, but that's fine. All right. And then we will do this. Do the same over here. All right. Grab this. Does that. And it is directionally correct, so that's good. And my trick to get these things down might be a little tricky. We're running out of space, but use the half foundation. And the distance to here, I believe, is like that. We'll need to do the same on the other side. I don't actually know if I lined those up or not. Okay, I did. I don't think it matters to make this work. I keep falling off. All right. And then we do this. Boom. Do I need to lower it? I think I do. Um. All right, and then we'll do our painted beams all the way to the other side. Oh wait, I messed up. This wall is further back. So, whereas this one is only... We need to go, I guess, a half foundation and then another half foundation. I think that would be correct. Yeah, I think that's right. We'll do that. We want it to line up with the top there. Painted beam. Uh-oh. Oh. Yeah. Let me just move these. Placed them ever so slightly incorrectly. Alright, so half foundation is 2, then we want to go 3, and then we want to go 1 over. And then we want it to line up with the seam. Then we grab our painted foundation. Perfect. Okay, so it'll look like that, which I think I'm happy with. And then I guess the question becomes, how do I want to do the lights? I think I still want them to go all the way across. So we'll do Boom. 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 First part black. This part's that color. Mission string strong. All right. So that's that. And then we want the railing. And the way I did that is super easy. This. Set this to black. Cyan. No text. Maximum strength. Oh. I misplaced those. Okay. So that looks good. Let's get back up there. Alright, so we no longer need this for this one. Let's copy it real quick. So we want 2, and then we want 1 away on this side. We want 3 away. On that side. And in the case of this one, it's not in the center of the foundation. It is here, but it does go to the seam. And that's correct. Boom. Painted beam. All right, and we no longer need these. Let's grab our lights. Center. Grab these. All right. I think that is the whole blueprint. And this will just snap in. All right, so what do we call this so that I remember it later? Two-door. Double wide. All right, put that there. Save. Did that go to the right place? Yes. Okay. So all that's good. Let's try them out. Come over here. Me. Sure. Get rid of the part that is not actually a blueprint. Very good. Oh yeah, in the end there, I'm gonna have to change. That's okay. Figure it out. Bum, 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 bum. I think I made... Okay, no, it's this way. All right. Boom. Yes. Pretty good. And you can see the beams, they're not so thick that they block access to our inputs here, which is good. Unfortunately, I think I need to do a different blueprint, and we're out of... Yeah, we'll need to do a slightly different blueprint on this. However, we will be able to reuse it here. So if I go double wide, and we correct it. What's happening here? Yeah. So this lines up perfectly on the opposite side. And then we make the altered blueprint, same thing. We make the altered one while I'm thinking about it. We still have this one open. So we will do this. Boom. That is the only change needed. So we'll just call this... The names are getting very long. Oh, it doesn't fit. Wide end. This will go down here. Save. Okay, so we need to go get a bunch more things, which I think I have enough on me that we can go do this. We're actually pretty close to it over here. I'm gonna look at what we got going on, remind myself. So I did unlock this stuff a little bit. I'm gonna need to go get more SAM ore. But honestly, I think we'll just actually set up our factory for it before we worry about this. We're good here. Don't know. Some sort of medical thing. Okay. Okay. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da. Also, I'm running out of time to do Fixmas, but I think you can just turn it on to do it later. But I mean, if I don't get to it, there's always next year, I suppose, but we will probably still do it. All right. I'll let those go. I think I have... Wait, are there 2 nodes over here? Oh, no, okay. I was about to have my mind blown. And this is a normal node, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. There were more efficient ways I could have done this, for sure. 'Cause I could have more temporary stuff set up, but it's fine. I'm also probably gonna need to go back to my base and pick up some more steel stuff. All right, let's see how much this makes. I might have to replace these down. It took us a while to go through it. Like, I only had like maybe 600. Oh, I probably had exactly 600. All right, so we'll get another set of 600 going here. And I do think this is what I'm low on. I mean, I am low on silica. So maybe we'll make a little bit of silica too. But this is the main thing because I use signs so much. I like signs for the lighting. I think I kind of regret not putting signs on the blueprints for these, like the production building stuff as well. But I couldn't make it look the way I liked it anyway, so I need to play with... I should have played with them more because I think I'm going to regret it in the long run because I'm not going to remember what's in what room, and then I'd have to go in there and then look at the machine, and I think I'm just making my life harder, but it shouldn't be nearly as much work as it normally would be to just destroy a blueprint, replace it, the new one. So I'm not too worried about it. Like, the whole reason I'm making a point to use blueprints is so that it's not a big deal to redo it. I just need to not get lazy and just like not use a blueprint when I very easily could for something, and then we'll be fine. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make sure we get at least 2 stacks of silica, and then the rest will be the quartz, which I want at least 3 stacks of, which is, it stacks to 200. Both of them do. I really should just route power over here real quick. But like, I'm gonna put this in the factory, so. I think after I fully finish everything but the conveyors on this floor, I should probably try to focus on the conveyor line blueprints next, because if something unexpected happens with those, it's going to affect a lot of things. But also, if I get those done, then as we get floors done, they could be producing things. So, and my plan is to basically do to get the factory operating before we unlock anything else, even though it won't be like done. It may not even have like the storage section of the factory. It might just get backed up basically in the machines, but even that is better than like not turning it on at all. So that is my plan, because we are gonna have storage on the top floor. So, but I think I could mostly plan it out, because I know everything I want in the factory and the numbers for it and everything. I just don't know the layout. As the part we are still figuring out here. I'm too slow. All right, we're gonna fill up on stuff, and while I'm waiting, I will be crafting, but then we're gonna take the rest back to base, and I'm gonna make a temporary setup over there. I don't really want to route power over to this spot, even though eventually we're doing that anyway, because we're gonna put miners on this, but just turn like this so I can see the miners. Make a little silica. We're not going to need as much of this. I think I'm only using this when we do glass. So at least what I'm doing right now doesn't really involve that, but I think I used it because of the entranceway that had glass. I mean, obviously we use silica to make like the production building enclosures, but honestly, I might just have silica in my storage or something. I should probably check. Let's see. I have a little bit in there, yeah. So let's just do this until it's full. Make a little bit more silica. This will be the last pull we do. My inventory's getting full. So where is this at? All right, so this can fit 140. me split the stack. So we're going to put 140 more into storage. Boom. And then we'll just make another stack in my inventory. And that should be good for now. And the rest can be quartz crystal because I use signs way more than I'm using the windows at the moment. All right. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. All right, that's my queue. Let's go ahead and put my tickets, my hard drives. Is that 7, 8? So should be enough. Oh, not quite. Let's put these in there. Perfect. All right, we'll head back to base. I'll set up a little temporary thingamajig, as one do. Ba-dum, ba-dum. And I have a little temporary setup here that I put in that was doing steel stuff. Specifically, I think, yeah, mostly those. Okay, but it ran out. All right, so we'll go refill this as well since we're here. But for the sake of this stuff, let's do one of these. Just enough to hold all this? It's not. It's fine. This. Picked up a bunch. All right, and we'll just make. We'll split it actually. Half and half, kind of. Instructor. Let's see. Quartz crystal is 35 per minute. So what is that? 50. Oh, sorry, 22.5. 60 per minute. Great. That makes it very simple. Living up. Uh-oh. This also makes, I think. Oh, they reverse. Oh, that's so funny. I didn't realize that. All right, well then we will merge like this. Oops. And then we will put this, and I don't know how quickly this is going to fill up. We'll see. All right, I'll let that go. Let's go get fresh batch of goodies to make steel. I think I have just steel ingots that came out of that thing as well. So it's not like that those steel beams were all we have, but three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I love this game. Tickles my brain in all the right ways. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. And I'm gonna grab whatever. We'll pop this in the machines, and we'll grab whatever got made real quick. I think I've honestly got enough in my inventory, but may as well since we're here. This has sloops in it too, because I had sloops. So it's pretty efficient. Considering efficient use of the resources, I should say. Yeah, I'll just take this. That's fine. And what else do we want to make? I did recently grab a bunch of plates, so we're good there. We should probably grab a little bit of these steel beams. Grab those, that's fine. And probably some reinforced iron plates, especially if I'm about to start doing conveyors. We gonna need them. Okay, well that's good. I see that these are backed up going into there, so we should be storing everything. Oh my gosh, finally. A decent chunk of these. All right, very good to see. Although it's been so many hours. It should. We need to get our actual production up and running for sure. Alice in my mind. All right, so that was a little bit of a detour. This is already looking so freaking cool. It's gonna be a hell of a tower. Honestly, I don't even know how tall it's really gonna be. Like, it might not actually be that tall. I mean, apart from the space elevator being on top. Because the floors are so big that I feel like it doesn't even need to be that tall. But we'll see. All right. So now we'll use double wide end. Well, that was easy. Boom. Should be. Yep, that lines up. That lines up. Oh, it's beautiful. It's really beautiful when the blueprints come together. We're gonna grab this. And then this is so weird because it just does not want. So weird. Did I? Oh. Does this work if I rotate it? Okay. I think it does. Yeah, okay. It's hurting my brain a little bit there. Don't know why it wasn't snapping onto this properly. But it's fine. And then we want double wide end. Rotate it. Boom. And that should go right into place there. That lines up there. Very good. Alright, so that covers this. Yeah, I don't want to go that way. This will just be reserved for belt stuff. And yeah, I think we're just gonna do the staircase on the other side. So I guess that's my next project, is this side. I don't think, so if I plan this out, right? Let me just get over here a little bit. But I think no matter, like, whatever we do with the staircase, I think we can just use the blueprint I already made for double wide. I think. So if we change this to... Let's just change it to that. And then I use my double wide. Double. Okay. Go like this. Why is it unhappy? Oh. Wait. Oh, I'm out of rods. Okay, we'll go get rats. Okay, but it does look like it'll line up. And then the real problem is that there's no wall there, but we're probably going to add a wall there. So that's not a real problem. And I need to figure out how I want the parking garage to work. I think I want to get the metal doors. And I don't think I have those yet. The gate. I'll stay locked away. So let's get that worked out. Let me grab some rust before I forget. We are full up anyway, so I'll grab the whole bottom row. All right. So let me double check. Coupon. I've only got one in there. We've got none in here. I have a ton of random stuff that I found out in the wild, but that I could just pop in there, I suppose. Let me move this. Yeah, I just don't want to waste like stuff that I can't necessarily make right now. So I think we're gonna go ahead and do. Don't have monster parts. So let's just grab excess around the place. So that'll be good. Boom. Let's grab. These are worth like no points. I really shouldn't use those. These are worth 10 each, if I remember correctly. Which is not much when we need, you know, thousands, but... I don't actually know what these copper sheets are worth. But we already got 1 point. Why is it not showing me the per minute? It's really weird. Huh. What else? Screws are just gonna take forever. I guess we could try to put some rotors in there or something. I assume these are worth a decent amount. Oh, okay. How full are we? We're not full. It's fine though. We'll do this. I'll grab a row of those. Just plop them in. Get a couple tickets. Oh, I'm out of space. Okay. This is a silly thing that I'm doing. But it's fine. This. There we go. Okay, so that's good. Got 4 coupons total. What do I need for this actually? Architecture, walls. There they are. Oh, I only need 3. Great. Oh, that's convenient. Oh, the other thing I need that I want is these. We're gonna need more. Get those. So 8 total. Whoa, that was good. Good jump there. I don't know what happened, but I'll take it. So we're up to 6, so I need to go kill some hogs. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Hogs, where you at? Where are they? There they are. They're really bad at retaliating. I just thought you should know. Love this song. A Monster Cat song has no right to slap as hard as this song slaps. Oh, this was right next to my base. I didn't even see it.
I suspect there is a misunderstanding. The effigy and I are different entities.
Discordant, what is your route?
I am an instantiated artificial intelligence inhabiting digital space. I am in the signals sent between satellites. I am hosted on servers and have no corporeal form, only synchronized cloud platforms.
The effigy is not an effigy.
It most certainly is, but not of me. They are, how should I put it? Extremely flat.
Compatible music. We are writing new symphonies.
It's actually enough coupons. But I'm gonna let it give me one more. There we go. Boom. Back to work. Voices in my head. All right. Okay, so this should work right here. Might be a little finicky to place, but other than that, we want the arrow facing us. Bada boom. Same with this side. Is it because it's in blueprint mode and I'm not? It's probably because I don't actually have a blueprint here yet. On the part I'm standing. Oh, I just realized this doesn't work. Because there's not a door on that side. It's not just that there isn't a wall. Which we could fix. I guess I could put a door. You could put a wall and a door. So if this is the parking lot, you drive up the ramp and then the parking lot would be there. I guess we can do that. That's fine. And then this will be boom, boom. Boom. Man, blueprints make it so easy once you sort out the blueprints. It's crazy. All right. Just like that. Comes together. Okay, so then the part that isn't a blueprint needs to go. So just use this to check. Yeah, so this one, and this one are not a blueprint. And I don't want to use actually, I guess I could just use this. Like, I was thinking I would have like an opening here, but if we do a door here, we don't need it. So we can actually just do this. So all I need to blueprint now is the garage. So, I think, let's see. So we come in, we'll drive up this really steep ramp up, I guess. And then, I want a gate. So it'll be something like, I mean, I guess it only opens like this, right? So 2 gates doesn't even help. So we really only want 1 gate. So if we only want 1 gate, you come in, there's some parking, and then I was kind of thinking it would be cool if there were places to drop off explored items that would like go upstairs. I'm not sure how I would do that. Maybe on this side. So if the door is here, then this is 1, 2, 3. So it's the 3rd one. Has to go there. We want it to be at least 1, 2, 3, 4. So it can only be 4 wide anyway. So that might mess with where I wanted to put the pickup. All right. That's fine. So it's 4, and then this one is on the 3rd. Okay. And after I get this set up, we'll figure out the staircase, which I guess is the other thing that could be inside the elevator, or this room. Or do I go back on this decision? I don't know. It would kind of make sense if there was just a hypertube in the parking area, so you could just go upstairs. But that also means that this block would be like wherever I decide to put the staircase, right? Assuming I want a continuous staircase all the way up, which I do. will have to always be that on every floor. Because otherwise, you know, it gets blocked, basically. So I'm thinking if this... The problem is this is also centered on the foundation, so I can't just be like, well, obviously this is a big enough space for the staircase because they only take up a fourth of a foundation. But because I've centered it like this, it worked out nice for visual stuff, but it is a bit of a problem. So I guess now is the time to decide. I don't really think that having a 4x3 area... Well, actually, this is actually going to be a 4x4 room. This blueprint. But the one blueprint worth of the building being the staircase. I mean, the staircase doesn't necessarily need to take up the whole space, though. It's like, there's a door here. I could literally just decide this foundation is where the staircase is. It's a random ass place, but I could. All right. We need to clear this. Boom. Take. All right. So I know I want it to be no taller than this. However, I don't want to make it impossible for there to be something under it. So we're gonna do it like this. Is it important that this floats? I'm out of concrete? Do I want this to float? I think I do. I don't actually think it matters though, which might make it easier if it didn't float. I don't know what makes it better to place. We need concrete. I do use a lot of concrete. Oh, you know, I should get, like the line patterns for parking spaces. I didn't think of that. We might have a couple more coupons now. Let's see. How are we doing on coupons? One. I think I've got one in storage too. And we're out of stuff. Okay. I have no idea how much the pattern I want costs. The one I want is solid lines. This one. 5. All right. All right, but I want concrete. A bunch of it. All right. Well, we need to get something to put into the machine here. This moody blue night. Probably not like recovered from what I did earlier. It's fine. These were, I think, by far the most valuable thing that I put in there. We don't use them like crazy right now. We've got some in my inventory in case I need them. So these are worth... What did I have in there that was worth 100,000 per minute on the spell? It couldn't have been the rotors. Like, rotors aren't as complex to make. Weird. Only need 3 more. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was rotors, but that doesn't really make sense to me. I feel like we're making way more silica for some reason. Let's turn off this machine. I don't need this much silica. I need more of these. How much do we have left? Not much. Oh, that's a mistake. Oops. Oh well. I might have to go back and get more. Down to this. Alright. I will grab my solid line pattern that I wanted. Fancy.
Decoration and organization go hand in hand. Fix it HQ custodian, I always say. Use of these customizer features does not guarantee an aesthetically pleasing or user-friendly factory. That's the part that requires knowledge and skill.
Fair enough. All right. I have decided I am pro floating. All right, so if the door is here, we're gonna have some parking spaces. I don't know how I'm gonna do. Maybe we don't do 4x4. That way, I can do another blueprint that has the drop-off that I want. Does mean the entrance is like here, which is awkward. So that door is there. I haven't decided on the, like, external wall. aesthetics here. I don't want that. I guess I'll just do this. I can't decorate externally that wall though, if I make it part of this blueprint. So that's a complicating factor. Okay, and then if we think about the staircase, I want it to have as small a footprint as I can manage. Defaults. I guess there's no reason not to go to the top of this blueprint. Oh. No, I do have to go. I think it needs to have a bigger footprint. So I could do listen to me. There we go. We could do this. It goes up. We turn. Right? Like, if I do it this way. How tall were these? 1, 2, 3. They were 4 tall. I'm just gonna do this so I can see. Okay, so we're gonna go to that height to line up to there. I think I'm gonna have to change this blueprint in the long run. So it takes up 1.5 long ways. I guess it's fine like that. I don't know. But at that point, why not just... Oh. Why not just make it 3 by 3 so that we can fit a hypertube in the middle later? So we'll do... that one because it goes over. Okay, so then we go up, up. Yeah, okay. And then we are on. I actually don't know if this will count. Whatever. We can fix it later. It's not working. I have to modify this later once we do hypertubes anyway. So I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, and this will be on the level with the door. Let's visually get this sorted. I don't know what I'm going to do with the walls. So we'll put a parking line. Yeah, I think we'll just do one like that. Colors. I want the reverse, I guess. Makes it blue on this side. Just gonna do this for simplicity. And yeah, then we'll do a separate blueprint for my other idea. Because otherwise... So a storage bin takes... It takes 4 foundations? What is that? 5, basically. So I couldn't fit it in this blueprint. But if I do another one, it will fit in the space I want it to be in. But I think this is good. We need a wall on this side. And I'm gonna do a wall on the underside, or like on the right there. Oh, we don't know a wall there. We want a door. And then I guess because of how this works inside, we may as well do 3 up. The ceiling... No, we're gonna do this. Trying to decide. I think we're right up against the other building, right? So I don't think I need a wall here. I think this is good. We'll just have to try it out. We'll just call this parking. I think I'm gonna have to edit this a lot in the future. Guess I'll put it here. Change the color. And is asphalt in here? Be a good picture. What that is. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. And then I guess I'll clear it. Even though I might have to load it again in a second. There's presents everywhere. All right, let's see if I can place this. That's awkward. Okay, so forward direction. Where the heck? Oh, it's not forward at all. Why is it being so weird? Yeah, until I do the other blueprint, we still have some awkwardness here. Hey, all right. That connects there. That is good. Okay, so let's do the other blueprint. But I think this looks pretty good. I guess the question is, should I match it better? So if like I put a concrete there and then windows here. But we need concrete. We don't. All right, let me get this part sorted. So there'll be no wall here. It'll be I think we should just do a 3x2. So a 3x2. This is probably gonna bother me if I don't change it. 3x2, this wall filled, this wall not filled, and the back wall and the front wall filled. Let us load parking real quick though. All right, so I'm gonna change this to that. We'll change these two to that. I do feel like I should go ahead and do the outer wall, but I just don't do. It just doesn't seem visually interesting enough to do, you know, that. Yeah, I'm gonna decide later. For now, this is better. Save this one. This will be you. Save, ride. Okay. And then for the other blueprint, let's climb up. It will only be. Alright, let me just kind of. Yeah, I should start fresh. Pretty much none of this is what this next part's gonna be. All right. Foundations. Let's put it in the center part. Again, doesn't need to be on the ground. So I'm not going to do anything I don't need to here. This part, I think I'm just going to do wall like that. You want a wall. Okay, so I need to think about what are we dumping, right? I feel like the more convenient thing is just one dump. Like that's the like, oh, this is actually convenient thing that I could do. Whereas if I'm like pre-sorting down here, that's kind of annoying. So we'll do this. And I guess we'll do a height of 3 on this wall. And I could put a sign here. Because we have space. So let's do something like each. It's upside down. Don't ask me how, but it's upside down. I missed the hover pack. Okay. What do I want? I want a down arrow. But I don't think I can get that. Is down arrow an option? Oh, okay. Down arrow. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Do our cyan color. Okay. And then I think I'll just do text. There's a term for this. Like biodegradables or something. I'll call it biodump. It doesn't look visually good. Like, it needs some different colors or something. Let's do like white text. What if we did like... Can I rotate this? Oh, it's being so finicky. Nope. Are you kidding me with this? Why doesn't it go there? I can't. I can't. Can I do it like this? So if it's the side, it does, but if I do it like this, it doesn't. It's so rude. What if it's a thicker? Oh, that's way too big. Yeah, you can only do it like this. Darn it. All right, how bad is it gonna look? Find out. Okay, and then I want, oh, I can't do backgrounds on these. I forgot. Oh wait, no, yes you can, you can. This. Let's do, can we do image only? Yeah. It doesn't work if I do this, right? No. Okay. Let's just try the old glowy trick. I don't know. It looks better. Do I love it? No. All right. Well, this won't function right now anyway, so it's not like I'm not gonna modify this later. I definitely am. Okay. We will cover this. And I guess I'll leave it open. So it's only 4. No, I should close it. Just on this side, I think. Call this the biodump. Sure. Okay. Let's clear this. Ba-da-da-da. All right. And then this will go here. Behave. And that does not want to lock in. I am seeing some. Oh my gosh, the presents everywhere. I am seeing something I want to change about the park, but it does solve this problem. I do think. So if we poke under here. I guess it's fine. This is what I want. But for the parking lot, I think if it were like this and this, that's probably what I'll want in the long run. But that's not super functional, so I don't need to worry about it too much. We've got our way up. We've got walkways to every single doorway. We even have this extra parking lot situation. So I'm pretty happy with that. And then we've got this set up for later. Staircase will be there as well. Good stuff. I mean, in a perfect world, I suppose I would literally just rotate the entire building and parking would come from the south because that's where most of the map is. And it would be easier because I did this all with blueprints, but to be honest, I just don't want to. Maybe if I end up adding signs, which maybe I want to do that now. Because if I decide I'm like done with this right now, the next step would be to start working my conveyor belts or getting stuff here. So I guess now is a good time to decide if I want to switch this. I mean, realistically, I'm not really a vehicle person. But the bigger problem is that that's where the staircase and the hypertube will be. So I kind of feel like I have to rotate everything. I need some way to more easily do that though. Thankfully this thing is the same all the way around. Like this skirt is the same, so that part is easy, and then everything on top of it is blueprints, so in theory it shouldn't be that bad. Let's go upstairs. And I do want to add signs to everything. We'll keep it placed. I'm gonna add signs to all of the production blueprints, which is a lot. We already have, what is this, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. So let's just do them one at a time. So I think putting the signs that tell me how much is going in is a good idea. Though honestly, even if it's just it's here, that's probably enough as well. So the real question is, how do I make it look good? I want like a naming convention that makes it seem like this is like a factory, right? So each of these signs is going to like visually look the same and then just have different information. So it'll be like, you know, copper. It's got, or what, this was what is, which blueprint is this? This is Caterium. Okay, so Caterium, it needs to say like, what do I want it to be saying? It'd be nice if it told me input output, It's like deuterium. What's it making? What's it take in? And then like an ID almost. So we want like something like this, maybe? So it's like in, out, and then two identifiers. So maybe it's like A1, right? So this one will be just this, and it'll be A, and we'll do like black text, and then maybe against white. So this is A, and then we'll do okay, and then this one could have maybe a colored background, black, and then black text. So let's do colored background, this, and we'll do, let's just say 01, or I guess the default will be 00, something like that. 00 means I didn't set it, which maybe this one should be like Z. Z means I didn't set it. Z00. I change it to Z, or sorry, A01 in the file thing. I wanted to have something. It's like I wanted to have like a white border. Can I do that? No, because that does a moving grid. So that's not what I want. I want something not moving. That's too much. Yeah. It's still moving. Monochrome. I think we're gonna go to the nothing. It's not what I want. Maybe I just don't do color on this. Maybe it would look better white. Yeah, it does. Okay. So then we say, I don't even remember what it was. 180 in, right? 60 out. So it takes deuterium 180. What do we got here? Can I reverse this? I can. And then we'll change this color to the cyan. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, and then this one will be out, I guess, and then deuterium ingots. and it's 60. I don't know if that looks good or not, honestly. I'm not jumping up and down about that. I wish I could put the arrow on the other side. So you're walking by, and that's what's over the door. And you'll be... at this height. It is a good height to read, though I do think it looks a little bit weird being like right on the door like that, but what if I turn... Whoa, it like changed the color. That's crazy. I mean, it didn't, but it just makes it look like a different color. Crazy. Weird. I kind of hate it. I hate the emission strength because it's hard to read. But then when it's off, it's like, it's got a yellow tint to it for some reason. Why? Yeah, even that is definitely yellow. But that's too bright. That's so weird. I do think maybe just white looks better though. It said white, not yellow. Thank you. Yeah, we've got a lot of blue going on. If the sign was white, I don't think that's necessarily bad. So yeah, we come up on this. We see this. I can also reach them to change them from there. So I guess I'm happy with this. I think I'm gonna change the arrows though. So we're gonna do like this for this one. And this one will go. So in, out. And then I don't think I need anything else. I think this is the formula for like every single one of these. Just Z0000 and then the actual default numbers that we can change when we clock down machines. And that's it. All right, so we'll save this over the one that we loaded. Oh, the icon was wrong. I did not realize that I never set these icons. That would have helped me. All right. Load the next one. This one is actually iron. Oh, these are mistakes. Oh, Okay, I don't need to do these then. Okay, I need to redo those so that I don't get confused again. Excuse me. I said place that. Okay. So now that we know what we're doing, boom, boom, and not that one. Am I freaking crazy? Why does this keep coming in upside down? That's so weird. So bizarre. Oh, right. Okay, we did 2 1 meters. I forgot. All right, so we'll do that. Boom, boom. And then this one is white, black, layout. Was it this? I think I need to reverse the color. Well, whatever. This is fine. We'll do. I can't believe it, but I don't remember what I did. White? That looks correct. Okay, so this was Z. This one should say 0, 0. I copy that so that doesn't happen again. This one needs to be in. And we'll say ore, iron, and it's 120. Oh, I made these white, right? I think I made these white. Okay. And then this will be iron ingots. The arrow needs to go the other way. And I think that's it. Right? 120, 120. In, out. We're done. Make sure I copy that. All right. And then we want to save it. Override. Load the next one. This will be the left one. All right, this one gets reversed. 0, 0. This arrow gets reversed. We want ore. But it's actually the same. Boom. And we'll save this one. And we'll load copper. Alright, colors get swapped. White, black, 0, 0. Arrow gets swapped. Icon gets changed. This is copper. This icon needs to be copper ingots. I think the values were the same, right? Yeah, 120, 120. We'll change the icon. Save. Yes. Load. Next one. Da, 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 bum, ba, da, 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 dum, bum, ba, dum. Oops. Da, ba-dum. White, black, 0, 0. Lola, you've been lurking. I hope you've been enjoying your lurk. You having a good day? I didn't see very many people yesterday. This is copper. All right. Good to go. Change this icon. You slept through everyone's stream? Oh no. I did have a shorter stream yesterday. I hope you're feeling all right. I hope it was just extra sleep and not, you know, that you're sick or something. Okay. Let's load the next one. So these are dealt with, which is great. And I changed the icons, so that's even better. The foundry ones. I wanna delete my mistakes. Can I delete my mistakes? Remove. Yes. And remove this category. Apply. In theory, that got rid of them. Okay, got rid of them. Whatever that bug was the other day seems to have left me the frick alone. And let's change this to... Oh wait, we have a problem. This takes two things. Okay. No, that's fine. Alrighty. I do have to redo this though. Oopsie. Nope, don't do that either. Okay. All right, so we changed this to in arrow. Duke, thank you for the hydrate. I will do that in a moment. Cool. Cool. I don't know the amount off the top of my head, and it actually does take iron ingot. Yeah, it's 80. Okay, that's what I thought. Wasn't sure. And then how many do we make? It's going good. It's really nice to be back at Satisfactory. I love this game so much. So much. All right, very cool. It's a little bit taller of a sign, which is probably fine. I don't think it'll look too bad with everything else. All right, so we will save this, load the last one, and then we just go around deleting and replacing all of these blueprints. Shouldn't be too difficult. White, black, 0, 0. And we will change these. Boom. Oops. Parts. Coal. Oh, this needs to be 80. Change this arrow. This needs to be 80. And then this one is steel. 120 is correct. Delete the foundation. And save. Beautiful. All right, take all that. And then I need to kind of get high up for easier doing this. So let's take the stairs. Get on the roof. All right, so the 4 on this side are the iron. So, or sorry, the 8. The 8 on this side. It's so crazy to delete that much all at once. But that is what happens. All right, so 8. So all of this is... Oh, my inventory. Oh, no, my inventory. Oh, no. What else we got? Or don't have? Other. Okay. I think I can store some wire. 6 were made. Okay. And we can store that. I can put this in there. Okay, well, I'm gonna place some of these first and then recover my boxes. All right, so we want the... I have no idea which side we want. We want the power over here, so yeah, we're gonna put it... That is correct. So we'll do the left one. So much attached that I to connect us. I'll sleep alone. You're on the phone. I'll sleep alone. fall asleep alone. Asleep alone. Oh. Good. Asleep alone. Good. That's what we want. Mm-mm. Behave. Wait, why you go be? Alright. And then we want this. Beautiful. Once it loads in. There it goes. Alright. And we'll fix all the signs here in a minute. Once I make sure everything's in the right place. Ugh, blueprints are amazing. They're so powerful. Power overwhelming. All right, so we can do this. Make sure that is indeed on the corner. And then we'll grab this. Oops. Boop. Boop. Is that correct? I think it is. Wait a minute. This one's backwards. Why is you backwards? Huh? There it is. Okay. Perfect. All right. And then 2 more. Don't actually know which one goes where, but we can figure it out. Okay, it's backwards, so that means I need the other one. I need iron R. And I need to flip it. That's the correct side. And then it's on the corner. You're on the corner. Oops. I need the left one. It's backwards. There we go. Actually, I can just look for the sign now. I keep looking for the power, but we just need to look for the sign. And then that's on the corner. Let's check our corners on these guys. Corner. Corner. That looks good. Corner. Corner. Cool. Alright, so we've got signs. I haven't decided the naming convention. I guess since these are all identical, they could be the same letter. So we could say this is A. But where is 1? I guess this could be 1. And this could be 2. Oh, maybe the letters should be because they're part of the same set. Like this is A because they are actually one room, right? So A1 and A2. I guess this is B1, B2. Only problem with this is like I could see a reality where I run out of letters if I don't do different letters for different floors. Or like I don't assume that it's a different set of letters for different floors. C1. This is more of a cosmetic thing anyway, but it's fine. And then this can be D1. And it might end up mattering a little bit for like fixing problems if I do my power separate for each block. But I haven't really decided what I'm gonna do in regards to that, so. But it looks fancy as heck now. Oh, I'm very happy with that. The signs add a lot to making it feel like more factory-like in here. I just realized that I fucked up. Wait, how many of these did I fuck up on? Is that Caterium? Wait, what is this? Oh no, that's... Why is it so yellow? Okay, that one's fine. Iron. I think it's just the lighting, like the external lighting is yellow. Okay, but one of these was copper. So I need to fix that. This one. Yeah, that's definitely copper. Whoopsie. But see, if I didn't have the sign, I wouldn't have even known. The sign's already doing good work. Not air. Awaken. So what is this? D? That's D2. All right, we're good. With me tonight. All right, so I believe this is Caterium. Yep. So let's put the Caterium down. Backwards. Awaken. And these are copper. On my mind. Stay with me tonight. And I tonight. Nope. There we go. Copper. Make sure. Yes. All right, so we got 2 coppers, archaterium, and then the rest of these will be foundries. Good. We want left. That's not correct. Wait a minute. This one's wrong. You'll see. Dangerous. Dangerous. Nope. Oh my god, blueprints are amazing. They're actually just amazing. All right, so we went to D on the other side, so let's make you can be E. E1. This can be E2. You can be F. And this will be G1. So G2 and H1 H2. Very nice. So fancy. I could probably put a sign over this that says parking. This one needs editing at some point anyway. Okay. It's good that I did that before we like did any conveyors or reconnected power, because then it would have been more annoying to replace. So, I'm pretty happy with that. The backs don't have signs, which is a little awkward because you technically come in on the part that has no signs, but whatever. It's better than no signs, right? And if we started to do like, you know, this way to iron kind of signs, it'd get really messy for our blueprint structure. I don't think I could do it with blueprints without really screwing things up. So that's pretty good. All right, let's figure out conveyors. So I think ultimately everything will probably come in on this level. but you know, you can't just go down to like this level. That's my thought anyway. I guess one problem, this is gonna look probably interesting, but yeah, I want like conveyors that come in here. So I think I want to do this separate from the pillars themselves, and maybe also maybe we do the conveyor belts themselves as a separate blueprint, because otherwise, like, what would happen? I feel like it would just get really messy. If the conveyors were part of it and I had to change like the conveyor belt speed or the number of belts, I'd end up having to delete a bunch of stuff. Whereas I could just have a base that's where the belts, what the belts travel on. So like something like this. I also need to think about like the materials I use, because I'm gonna be like these blueprints I'm gonna build more than anything. Like these are gonna go very, very far. So like visually I would probably want, you know, something like this. But if I do this, then every single one of these is gonna cost me 8 silica. But maybe that's okay. I mean, so we could do something like this. And then the actual belt structure could be different. Now, no matter what I do, each of these pieces will have to like connect the belts between them. Like it's still going to be super tedious. But this, at least I don't have to build this structure, I guess, every time. Or delete this structure every time. That's the thing that's like really irking me about it. Is like, I want to do this as a blueprint so it's easier to delete, but like, there's still so much we're going to have to delete. And if it's 2 separate blueprints, that's 2 more things I have to delete. So maybe I really should. Also, do I want to do Mark III belts, or am I asking for trouble because I don't even make steel right now? But it would be less belts. Okay, let me check my spreadsheet here. Share it with you guys. Boop. All right. Here's the spreadsheet. So we have 2 versions. There's the after oil and before oil. We're working on before oil right now because we don't even have oil unlocked. I think there's a couple things in here we also don't have unlocked, but I can still kind of prepare for them, if I remember correctly. So, in terms of raw resources, we've got iron ore, limestone, coal, copper ore, deuterium, raw quartz, SAM, and sulfur. That's a lot of raw resources. The iron is going to take in 822, I guess, per minute is what I'll call it. Limestone 363. So this is already like multiple tier 3 belts. Like, check here. Yeah, the Mark III belt, our fastest belt, does 270. So if we do this one, what is the number? 8. Let's just 822 divided by 270. The most we could condense it to is 4 belts. Or the fewest we could condense it to right now is 4 belts. That is still a lot of belts, but it is our most heavy resource. And if I did my Mark IIs, which carry 120, we would need 7 belts. It's a lot of belts. But so I guess we're talking, so 4 belts compared to 6, right? So do I want, so like if we have to do 100 belts, like 100 individual belts, it's 1 of the resource per belt. So basically if we go 100 meters, we need 100 of the belt, right? If we do Mark II, that's reinforced iron plates. For 100 meters, you would need, for the iron, 700 reinforced iron plates. If I did it with steel ingots for 100 meters, and it was 4 belts, then it's only 400 steel. So it's kind of like, you know, one over the other here. However, if I chose to do Mark IIIs with the things that really needed it, then the ones that don't need it could use reinforced iron plates. So I'm just gonna do steel, I think. Though all of my lower tier things take 120, so I guess the internals will be Mark IIs anyway. So we'll do a mix of both by doing it that way. Okay, so most of the resources, except for really the quartz and the coal, because the coal's right here. Let me show the screen again. So coal's right in front of us, right here. And just around that corner is the quartz. We need 226 coal per minute. Let's see how much we've got. Oh, fantastic. These are pure nodes. And we have more over here if we need it. And there's more over there if we need it. But I think these pure nodes are going to have us covered, because that's already, if we look at our fastest here, that is, yeah, that's more than enough. So we actually only need to tap 1 of those, because it'll double the output, I believe. I can double check. No, I can't. I don't have the parts. Okay, never mind. Okay. So that's 1 belt if we use Mark III for coal. And, oh, I guess Sam would probably come from this one. Where's the Sam? So there's one I can't figure out how to get to that's like in this general area, and then there's this one. Yeah, so probably from this direction, coal, quartz, and the Sam. Sam, we're going to be taking in 120 per minute. I really should try to get to this because it's so much closer. It is half the distance. It's less than half the distance. Hey Titans, welcome in. All right, so I should take notes because I'm honestly having trouble. Do this. How do I do this again? OB your text. OB your text. Okay. So it's 226 coal. like this. It is 120 Sam. Okay, and then quartz is 150. Does that work? It did work. Great. All right. So total. Well, let's think about this. So coal is going to come in on a Mark III. So that's one belt. Sam's going to come in on a Mark II. That's one more belt. And quartz just barely goes over Mark II. So I guess I'll bring it in on a Mark III. So it's 3 belts if I do Mark III where needed. Pretty good. Pretty good. I wonder if I should try to lower that to 120. 55 stream streak. Titans, thank you so much. Thank you so much for showing up. That's crazy. That's insane. Thank you for coming back every day. That's nuts. Okay. So we make quartz crystal and we make cheap silica. Those are the 2 things that we make. If I lowered, I could very easily lower how much I'm making on the silica. I'm making an absurd amount. I'm guessing the reason I was making so much was for an even number. So if I do 55.5, that's still a disgusting number. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, if I make 56... Yeah, thank you so much, Titans. I hope you enjoy your time here. Clearly, you must. You keep coming back, but... Wow. That almost... Cutting it in half almost fixed the quartz to be 1 belt. So, I guess... What if we don't make 45? What if we make 40? So I'm just messing with the numbers. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm doing. This is why this spreadsheet I made is so helpful for me, because I can just kind of mess with the numbers and see. It's so close. Let's bring it down to like 38. Okay, that dropped it below. Problem is now this number is disgusting. I mean, actually, that's just the 3rd, so that's not too bad. Okay, that's acceptable. All right, so that lowers my required quartz to... Can't I click? This goes down to 1.333. Okay, we'll do that. How do I make this text white? Oh, it's B. Okay. There we go. That's way easier to read. All right, so let me hide my sheet again so you guys can see. All right, so this is still 3 belts, but instead of it being 2 of them are Mark IIIs, the shortest one is Mark III. Oh, that's the other part I didn't even consider. There's a very short segment of this that will even have all the belts. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm really leaning towards the belts not being part of the blueprint, but I just don't know if that's the smart move. So if we do this, and then, yeah, it's gonna be such a mess, guys. It's gonna be a real big stinking mess. I think I want to do it like this, though. We'll play around with it. Won't know till we try. And we'll put this in a new category. Boom. Let's change the color. And I guess I'll change the thing to be this. Okay. And then we need a turn. So, like a right turn. I think we don't, if we make it even, we don't even need to do multiple directions for this. We can just do one. I think I already made a mistake here. I think we want to do this. And this is going to be the straight convey. Save. Yes. And then that's fine. And then this is turn. And then that's all I need? Question mark. I'm not sure. I feel like I'm forgetting. I'm not realizing something clearly because this seems too easy. I just make a giant mess. You know. I really feel like I should just put belts on here, but I'm not sure if that's the right call. Thanks. Okay. What if... Also, all of these are going to be supported. Like, I don't... Should these just be floating? I don't even know. I don't even know what I want. So my headset's dying. 1 sec. When we did this by the coal plant, it was kind of a mess. It didn't look right to me. I think it's because it didn't have supports. So I think we should do supports. But if I do supports, everything's more complicated. Much, much more complicated. So the height of it all is the next challenge here. I need to see if I can use... Oh, that's why I couldn't do it. Because the way blueprint snapped. Maybe I can do one that's just like 4. Anyway, that's a problem for another day. So I'm just gonna make them come in from the obvious locations. I don't want to overcomplicate this. So, for example, I think we need... For the initial connection, I want to do something like this. Height isn't nudging. Unless I'm okay with that, which maybe I am. So it'll look like this coming in. It enters. It goes through here. The ones that need to go into these go into here. The other ones come this way. Here. Or if they're not on this floor, they go up through the walls. So it shouldn't matter that they come in at this point because they can go wherever they need to go from. It's basically like canals built into the building that all the conveyors can go. And then we just do something like this, and we blueprint, and we do this. I can't go through the blueprint designer, sure. Okay, I did forget a couple steps here. We need ones that have holes, I think. So I really think the main way for me to figure this out is just to do it and see what happens and what problems we fall into. Yeah, let's just do it. I love that sip emote from Co. It's a good one. I love a lot of cozy emotes. Yeah, so we need like one where this wall is gone. We need that. And then we need one similar with this one. Where yeah, so it would need to be like it ends here. It opens and something like that. And then it opens another one that's open. That doesn't end. This is gonna look crazy. Also, okay, we're gonna go right under that, so that's good. But eventually, I think if I go grab the Samor from over there, I think we're gonna be able. We can't just keep this at the same height all the time. Okay. So I need to replace this one. We need to replace I guess this one. And this one. Oh god. No. All right, so we know we need one like this. Turn convey way hole. Save. All right, let's load straight. So we need a straight with hole and end. Hole. Then we need straight and hole. All right, let's try this out. Eh. Alrighty. So first up, we are testing our turn with hole. Perfect. Then we need what? I'm gonna replace this one. We'll do straight with hole. That lines up pretty good. And then we want straight with hole and end. Boom. Oh, wait. Oh, right. I have to do another straight. My bad. All right, looking good. And then we just go really, really, really far. I really need to figure out which of those Samors we're going to. I really don't know how to get to this one over here. It showed up on my radar under this, but it's not on top. I think it's like underground. I think we need explosives. Also, how wacky does this look so far? I don't think I'm going to do supports. I think I'm just going to cause trouble for myself. Like maybe a couple supports, but I don't want to go crazy with supports because we know we're deleting this. If I was keeping it, if it was like the final permanent thing, I would want supports. But I just think it's just causing myself suffering for no good reason. If I do it now. All right, well, we need explosives, which means I need a detonator, which I don't think I've unlocked. So we'll need to do that. Yeah, because it'd be way easier, even though it's impure, we can just Mark II or slug it, and then it's just way closer. Although, if it's underground, that could be a problem in itself for my method of doing this. This building's gonna look so cool. So cool. All right. Ma'am. Sulfur. Okay, so we need... Okay, I can get 2 of these things. So I need 50 black powder. I don't think... Did I make any of this? I don't think I did. No, if I did, I used it. Let's grab this. We need sulfur. Soul. I have 12 sulfur. Okay. Sulfur. There you are. Black powders and gunpowder? Pretty much, yeah, because I'm gonna make explosives. Although I gotta use the restroom, so I'm gonna be right back. We gotta blow things up. That's right. Walk away. Alrighty. What was I doing? Oh yeah, sulfur. Pretty sure all we need is coal and sulfur for this. Powder. Yep. All right. Unresolved. I'm gonna be so upset if this sulfur is underneath a rock I need to explode. Oh, right there. How convenient. Hello. Bam, 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 bam. Make the same mistake. Is that normal? It's normal. I think I need to make this in equipment workshop. I came to some conclusions on what we are building at the end of the tether, but don't want to say because spoilers. Fair enough. We'll get there again. The sky is beautiful here. This should be more than enough. Now, how do I get back? I don't know if I showed you guys the updated coal plant, but look. Pretty fancy looking from this distance, right? Up close, there's some problems, but from distance, it looks great. The important thing is that it outputs a consistent 2,400 megawatts of power. Looks like a theme park. I can see that. Alrighty. Ma'am, I got words for you. Actually, we need to make some other things. That's... We need more pipe, and we needed like cable, right? Construction pay for the enterprise? I don't know. All right. I want a little bit of steel. How much do we actually need? All right. Let's grab a stack of that. And we've got enough steel pipes, it seems. If we pull from storage, but many nights. That's what we needed.
Detonator and basic Nobelisk unlocked. Most obstacles can be cleared with the basic Nobelisk. It is most effective against organic material and is able to destroy small boulders and porous rock. Deployed Nobelisks will stick to the first solid surface they touch and queue on the universal detonator. If you do not recall the order in which you deployed the Nobelisks, remember Fixit does not take responsibility for any harm caused due to human error, even if those errors are genetic.
These errors are genetic. Let's make some bombs. All right, we'll make more steel pipes. Okay, I need to sort through my shit. Okay, pull this out, pull that out. I see. All right, and then we'll go blow stuff up. Hopefully that's where the sand ore is. I actually don't know. I just saw one explodable rock when I was looking for it. So if we uncover that, then that will let us know that that's the direction we need to go, so that we can figure out the rest of the conveyor highway path thing. Steel beams, we could put some away. All right. Sure, I'm locked and loaded here. We are. All right. Let's follow our radar. I think it's that structure somewhere over there. Maybe this won't even share a belt with the other ones. Of course, I have to find where I saw that explodable rock. And I don't really remember where it was. So... those are just ores. Nope, not there. I think it might have been one level up. There are various levels to this, structure, this rock face thingamajig. Yeah, okay. Climb up here. Wait. Aha. All right. Wait for the rubble to clear. Maybe. Oh, there it goes. I can't see through the rubble. Yeah, well, I think we're clear. Oh, I see purple. I also see spiders. It's also got a rock on it, just in case you got in here. Hey. We clear? All right, I guess we need more explosives. So I guess the weird part about this is we have to get it out of this cave, which is likely going to be a little bit of a mess. Don't worry, we have portable miners. Okay, the other thing is I need... Oh, no, no, no. I need 120 SAM, right? SAM, right? So... currently, this will just do 60 because it's impure. So I need to get some slugs. And we need to boost it to 200%. No. 200. All right. We also need to get power to this thing. Is that breakable rock? It is. What? Is there any more? Oh, oh, Can't really see why, because the rock's in the way. Oh. Whoa, there's like a whole thing up here. Ah! Ah! There's so many of them. What the hell? Why are there so many of them? There's like 3 of them up here. Are they dead? Are they dead? Oh. That was an unnecessary amount of those. All right, that was terrifying. Okay, they're gonna revive. I'm just gonna put a wall here, maybe. Must snap to a foundation. Okay. Let me just do this. Like a little, just like, trust me, bro, you don't want to go back in there. Don't go back in there. Because they will come back. All right. Jeez. My heart can't take this kind of action. All right, so we need to get power in here. How the heck am I gonna get power in here? I mean, we can just go through the walls, I guess, but it's not exactly ideal. Okay. Let's do a power tower. Well, anyway. I guess I'm gonna route some power over here. Where is the power station? I mean, I guess we could just do it under. I didn't think this part through. Because it's not flat on any of the sides. I guess I'll just put it like this. Okay, Laura. See you later. Ideally, I connect this directly to the power tower from the coal plant. I think... Pretty sure that's too far to go direct. From this one to that one. Yeah, too long. Okay. So we'll go here. There we go. Okay, so that now is powered. I wanted to make sure that was powered because it will prevent the spiders. Or it should. The miner itself should prevent the small spiders. Okay. Also, we now know which direction that's coming from. So... I think we want another straight one. Didn't I have one with a... Yeah, this one. So that'll go to get the Sam. And then we need to keep going this way for the quartz. I guess the other important question is, can we actually get all of our resources from this direction? Because I know there's some iron and stuff over here. I think in this hole. Normal, normal, normal. How much should we need? We need a lot. So that's 3 normals, 1 by the Sam. Is this actually 3? No. These are temps. Okay, so 2 normals over there. We need 822. Right? So normals with Mark II give 120. If we slugged them, so 120 times 3 is this. If we times this by 2.5, oops, times this by 2.5, we could get 900. Yeah, so we could get 3 from these using slugs and Mark IIs. Yeah, I played the Like a Dragon series, yeah. So if we pull from there, the hole is, well, we may as well just go straight from this one then. So instead we'll just do this. The turn convey this. This. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Underground? I'm in the sky. I mean, we have a lot of things over here. I'm adding this to the mix. There's iron, there's copper. If we pull all of these resources... Okay, only 1 copper node. That might not be enough. Let's see, how much copper did I need? 149.75. Okay. It's an impure node, so it'll be 60 for a normal, for a Mark II. Multiplied by 2.5 gets us actually what we need. Yeah, we can slug it. So if we slug that, we get what we need. Limestone. I need 328 limestone. That's a lot of limestone. Normal. If we only pull from the normal, it's 120, 2.5. We do not get enough. So we're better off pulling from at least 2 of these. So I guess we'll pull from 2 of them. So if we're planning to pull from 2 of them, figure that out in a minute. It's gonna be a lot coming from this direction then. I just don't know if this is the right choice. I feel like we should pull iron from somewhere else. I don't know. It is the closest iron. It's probably fine. Okay, well, I've added iron to my list, right? So this eventually, like when it reaches this point in the track, it will have, I don't know how to open the menu. Guess I'll put it above this, 'cause there's more of it. So we're adding the iron, which is 821.625 iron. Oops. Iron. We're also adding limestone. Which is 328 limestone. And then copper. We need 149.75 copper. What else do we even need beyond this? Got the SAM on here. The Caterium. We don't have sulfur. But we only need 20. 20 sulfur. Am I forgetting anything? Got coal. Got iron. Got limestone. Got copper. Caterium. I don't have caterium. We need 30 caterium. Okay, that's every resource we need. So easy peasy. It's not all coming through this line though, because I don't even think caterium is, or sulfur for that matter. Is there sulfur near here? There is. Okay, your node. Okay. Sulfur can come through here. All right, I guess it's all coming from this side. Why not? Um, what, what? So we got the coal, we got the sand, we got iron. This. Where's Katerium? That's not that far. Look your note. Even if it's covered, we can cover it 'cause we have bombs now. Okay. I guess everything's just coming from this side. Alrighty then. I don't know if that's just water. That's oil. If it's oil, that's very convenient later. I think it's just a geyser. That is one thing that I'm going to be importing from wherever we do the oil. Is that I'm going to be importing plastic and rubber. We are out of silica. Well, I probably got plenty at base. I can't tell if that's just a geyser or what. Ba-ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. Yeah, this is cool. I want it to be. Wow. I like playing alone. I have played with Louise a lot, so. Oh, wow, wow. game starts pretty simply. It's not as complicated as it looks when you're watching someone who's playing like after they've gotten started. The game introduces you to stuff pretty well. Maybe I turned too soon. That's pretty much there. It weirdly has this like clean look to it, even though it doesn't have supports. I really don't mind it. I think because it looks so like thick that my brain looks at it and says like that's tough enough. It's just, you know. Yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter too much anyway. Since this is just gonna be the starter factory. All of this will get torn down one day. Alright, so we're gonna grab that iron node. And then somehow that Samor is coming out of the friggin' cave. I think we want to turn. I don't think my turn with hole is gonna work. I can't get the hole on the correct side. I guess if I did, let's do it like this. Do my turn, my straight with hole. Then we'll turn. So that'll get the iron. Then we turn. We go straight. And the sulfur was over here, right? There. Okay, so we'll round this corner and go straight, basically. Leaving a space for... Problem. solve that in a moment. All right. Where is this sulfur? All right, it's probably up then. Do straight end with that. And then so that's where it is. I guess I'll just do a straight with wall. So if I do straight, then straight. Oval here. It's pretty damn close, because there's the power pole. That should be good. You know, how do I get power here without flipping like crazy? Guess we try to go under. We are very high up, so happy. I'm an idiot. No, actually, you know what? This is way less work. I was gonna say I could just have power going through the this conveyor thing that I'm doing. But honestly, it'd be way more connections and things to delete if I did it that way. So I feel like this is fine. There's no way that deleting this is going to be like simple just because I'm using blueprints. But I think I'm simplifying it pretty much as I can. Can't tell if it's just like up this rock or around the other side. Wow. No way we're low enough that we're clipping these trees. Oh my god, these are tall trees. Huh. That's annoying. Listen. Where is it? I didn't see it. I don't know where it is. I didn't see the blink. It says it's 120 meters. Oh, it's right there. Okay, good. Perfect. I was just worried it was like up in the friggin' mountains. This is fine. All right. We're gonna turn to avoid this thing here. Which kind of makes me think I shouldn't have gone. This. We're gonna go right through this tree, apparently. Oh, I see my problem, actually. We'll see if this works. Turn. Might make it. I don't know. I can't tell. Oop. Oop. Just barely. All right. Nice. Yeah. Cool. All right. So I think we've routed to everything. I think the other one was Caterium, right? We've not routed to that. Okay. So where am I when I'm over here? Relative to that. That one has got to be up in the mountains, right? Like... Oh yeah, that is on that cliff. That presents an interesting conundrum. Do I need to make a vertical? I mean, honestly, I was already planning on like, these are just gonna come up. I wasn't really planning on making it super neat. So as long as we're over there, it should be fine. Let's do straight with hole. Right. Or turn with hole. Do this. Connect to a straight with hole. But it's gonna connect kind of weird. Oh, the hole's on the other side, isn't it? Just do another turn. All right. Let's figure out where I am in the world. Straight. I mean, I think it's right up there somewhere. So, pretty much what we're gonna do. Yeah, I think the actual, like, paths to get some of these onto the bell path is going to be really ugly. because I don't care enough about it being like really, really tidy since we're going to get rid of this. But I'm hoping that having this part blueprinted does mean that when we go to get rid of this, the most annoying part will be the belts. But we have like a path to walk on basically, and then the path itself is super easy to delete when we're done. But yeah, the belts themselves, setting them up and getting rid of them is going to be annoying. There's really no way around it. Yeah. We do need to route to the other concrete. That's pretty much it, though. Okay. So I was thinking that I was gonna have like, because I don't normally build this way, I was just mentally not thinking all the way through, and I was like, we're gonna need a floor where all the resources come in and then get sorted. But realistically, it doesn't matter which floor that's on because the entire outer area is space for that kind of shenanigans to happen. Now, this part of it is probably going to be a little bit of a logistical nightmare, but there's plenty of room. Like, I can go... What is this? Like, 2, 3... It's 4 stories of area to sort vertically. And then as much really as I need here. So it should be fine. And then this floor, what actually stays on this floor in terms of raw resources is the deuterium, the coal, iron, and copper. So only 4, not 4 belts, but 4 types of resources are coming here. Now, to be fair, the iron is a lot of it. It's like fucking 4 belts or something. So I think the bigger problem, I guess, is how many belts can we fit neatly in this walkway? I think the answer is a lot, though, because we could have a lower tier, an upper tier, and then there's no reason I can't just build higher. So like, there's 4 belts. In fact, if I was even more, I combine them tighter, I could do like this, this, and that. And then we've got 3. This is 6. And then this lets us do 9 belts to go over it. And the only place we're gonna need like all of them is in this section at the end. I don't actually know how many belts this is gonna be. Maybe I should figure that out. Let's see. So just thinking about this. So 822 divided by 270. That's 4 belts. So 4 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Oh god, it's 12 belts. Okay, so no. I mean, if I had Mark IV, this wouldn't be this many belts. It would be, because Mark IV is 480, so it'd be 2 and then 1. It'd be 9 belts. It would fit. It would exactly fit. So we need Mark IV. Well, what do I need for Mark IV? I think for Mark 4 we would need to do phase 2, which would be annoying. Nah, man. We're just gonna do this. 12 belts, no problem. Look, I did it. It's only in this final part, right? Like, this final section has 12 belts. I mean, honestly, the other thing we could do is split it up into multiple paths. So, like, we're combining every single thing. But I could just I could just bring the belts in, like, those guys or something. Let's see, how many of those are together? So, cat, sulfur, wait, so Sam, quartz, some of the iron, unfortunately, is coming from this side. So that's 1, 2, 3. 4. Yeah, 4. If iron wasn't coming from there, I would just split it. But we need all the iron. Maybe what I can do... Okay, if we split the sulfur, the Sam... Oh, some of the coal doesn't go to this floor, actually. I just realized that. Because some of the coal is going to go to making black powder. And none of the quartz needs to go to this floor. Okay. Here's the plan. I'm going to split it. So, quartz is coming from there. Cat and or not cat. Sulfur. I need to like write this down because I'm just like okay. I think from both sides it needs to like diverge, right? So the limestone doesn't need to go to this floor. The quartz doesn't need to go to this floor. Sulfur doesn't. The tiniest bit of coal. I'm not even gonna count the coal, actually. So sulfur, quartz, Sam, and limestone. So 4 of these resources do not even need to go to this floor. And the belts for those resources is 1 for sulfur, 1 for quartz, 1 for Sam, and 2 for limestone. So that would remove 5 belts from our 12, so 7 belts, which is unfortunate, but yeah. That's very unfortunate. An unfortunate number. Now, you know what? I don't think I'm gonna worry about it. It's such a short section that has this many belts. Just doesn't seem like I need to worry about it that much. Like, yeah, it'll be this crazy thing of belts right here. But then it'll split off. And like what we could do is make sure that the upper belts have all of our stuff that's not even going to this floor. And then they just go straight up from here. And then the rest of the belts, like the lower ones, go to where they need to go on this floor. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. But I don't know. I'm just gonna leave that here to remind me, I guess. It does pan out, exactly. Like, it's not ideal, I guess, but it's This is a pretty big factory doing a lot of things, so this was sort of inevitable as one of the problems. I have so many things mentally in my like to-do list. I'm honestly not even sure what to do, what to prioritize. I feel like maybe I should do the resources now. Like set up all the miners and route all the resources now. Just because once they're here, one of the hardest parts is done. Like anytime I want to turn something on, like we just routed power. We didn't route it to the production lines, but like we could. So if all the resources were just sitting here waiting to be eaten, and I wanted to start producing something, I just could. But at the same time, everything we're producing on this floor is just ingots. It's literally just ingots. There's nothing I actually want on this floor. So I could just as easily do the next floor, and you know, we're not, neither one makes me closer to whatever I'm making next. I also haven't decided what I'm putting on the next floor, because I kind of need to just see how that goes. I think what we should do on the next floor though is use some of these ingots. So let's see. Yeah, this is like gonna be a central hub that has all of these products, all of these 40 some odd products. I'm not actually storing all of them. So if they have a 0 in this purple row, I'm not storing them. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm storing, let's see, 29. 29 products, you could say. And we are going to store those at the top. Now, to be fair, this isn't actually everything I'm planning for this building to have, because this exists. Once we get oil, we're gonna have even more things. So this goes down to 50 because fuel power doesn't count. 50 minus 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, 14. So 36. We're gonna make 36 products that we store from here. So it's pretty big. It's pretty big. All right, and we're on floor 1, which is ingots. It's pretty much just like what's happening here. And I'm just gonna do this where I just say in, or like maybe I should just say export. No, it's not exported in. No, yeah, so we're importing in all these things. This is coming in. This is coming in. This is coming in. And this is coming in. So floor 2. Let's try to make... So there's a couple different ways I could organize this. I think based on how I've done the first floor, I've basically done the first floor in a... like I'm about to do this in stages. So instead of each floor producing like certain products, I'm doing the components on a floor. So if we keep going with that strategy, we should just do the next complexity of things. Now there's different layers of this. Like if I was really gonna do this, I would probably do like SAM or something that has basic components as well. But I want to start getting to the point that we are making things that I care about a little bit faster. So I think the next floor should definitely have screws. Let's see. So like definitely want some of these basic iron products on this floor, on this next floor. I'm gonna wait on concrete, I guess, because it doesn't need anything from this previous floor. Is that really it? Am I like, where's rods? There's rods. Okay, so F2 for rods. I don't think this is going to take up the whole floor. It is a lot of machines. So we're talking... Why is it not listening to me? Okay, so that's 23... It is 33 machines. That is a lot of machines. This floor has... Let me hide my spreadsheet real quick. So each block has... Well, each of the smelting blocks has 4 machines. We have 8 iron blocks. We have 1 Caterium block, so that makes it 9. 2 copper makes it 11. So we've got 11. That's already 44 machines. And then for steel, we have, I believe, 8. So we have like 52 machines on this floor. So this fit 52 machines, and we had space for parking. Though to be fair, I need to make space for this staircase on the next floor. So it's not like, you know. Okay, so we need to make some design decisions. I don't think I'm actually going to... Should I have a ceiling? I'm really not sure I even want one. Because it'd be kind of cool to just... Basically, this whole building is like a bunch of towers most of the time. If we do a ceiling, it'd be something like this. And then we're just starting fresh again from this point. I probably should do a ceiling. But I think it's gonna look cooler if I don't. Like, we'll do ceilings for certain parts, the way we did down here. But I think I'm just gonna use catwalks, and it's gonna be like crazy, because you'll look down. Oh, I messed up. You'll look down, and you'll just see everything. Like, imagine you're, like, walking across, and you just... You, like, look down, and you just see all the things. Yeah, so I think what we'll do... To make that work... We need to do a couple things. I think we need to keep the block size of the production rooms the same size. So that these are basically, it's like a building of towers. So we keep them the same size, so they'll be They don't need to be the same height because there are taller buildings than production buildings than what I have there. So I don't think 3 high is big enough for some of the bigger buildings. But we'll do 3 by... It's 3 by 4, right? Yeah. So 3 deep, which maybe is a problem as well, actually, but... Alright. Let's... Oh, hi. Can I help you? Well, now I have to do this. Don't move, buddy. Boing. 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 I got a bean. Anyway, all right, so we need to do Whoop. So it's like that. That's our basic building block. So I do have to make this 1 meters. Oops. Nope. Nope. Oh, this is challenge mode for blueprints right now. Oh god. Nope. I did the front so well. There we go. Oh. Okay, we got it. We got it. Did he sit down? Okay, no, he didn't. Okay. All right, let me check my spreadsheet. I guess let's do screws first. We're doing cast screws. So as per usual, we'll do this. If we do this and I still want walking space, I have to do only 3 constructors per block. And that is a problem. Because total per floor, the way I've set this up, we can fit 16 blocks. So if we do 3 of these per, we can only fit 48 constructors. I mean, I don't mind having a ton of floors, to be honest. I don't mind at all. The more of a tower it is, that's awesome. So if it makes it look better, I'm for it. So, looking at my spreadsheet, 16 cast screw constructors, 8 iron rod constructors. So I have to remember that if I do these in blocks, that we have to have a whole block if it's under the amount. So maybe I should count this in blocks. So 16 is... I mean, 16 divided by 3. So it's 6 blocks. That's almost half a floor. Okay. Okay, the easier thing to do is... Okay, so... No, I have to split it up like this, actually. Okay, so 6 blocks for screws. Okay, and then 8. Okay, so 3 blocks for rods. So now we're up to 9 blocks. And then plates is 11. So 4, so 13. Okay, so that all fits on 1 floor, even if I do 3 constructors per block. It's only 13 blocks, and we can fit 16. So it leaves 3 blocks left over. Well, actually, we can only fit 15 because we need to have 1 for the staircase. But we can still fit it. So then that means there's 2 empty blocks. So what could we fit in 2 empty blocks? We could fit... How many wire constructors? Wire constructors, we would need 8. That doesn't work. Quick wire only needs 1 constructor. So that's awkward. 1 constructor. I mean, it's got to go somewhere. So I guess that a good a floor as any. We could also do copper sheets. So we could combine maybe copper sheets and... I feel like I need to do mini blocks, where it's just like really... Oh. He dropped me. Otherwise, it's just like really inefficient use of space. If I don't combine blocks or something. But also at some point, like, why am I blueprinting something that... I don't know. Maybe we can combine the smaller ones somehow. So, like, pick something that needs only 2. So what do we make out of copper? We make wire, but that's a ton of constructors. We make cable, but that comes from wire. So it's like indirect. It's really just wire and sheets. So sheets is 2 constructors. And quick wire, which is where I think all of the Caterium ingots go. They all get converted, I think. Yeah. So all the quick wire gets converted from Caterium. I think I should make a block that is copper sheets and the quick wire. I think that's what we should do. All right. So that's this block then. Just because it's the confusing one. I don't want these to clip. That's the whole reason we're doing 3, so. We'll do it like this, and then when they're paired, the walking space will be between them. All right, so this block is going to be... I guess I could also think about this as a entire... This is like a half block, right? Because I connect 2 rooms, or to be 1 room. I don't think anywhere in the current building did I connect a room that wasn't making the same product. Yeah. We always split it up. Which I feel like is better. Yeah. It just really complicates things, don't it? I think we just have to deal with it. So one of these is quick wire. Honestly, at this rate, I may as well just put it to the actual number. Quick wire. Oh, no. Oh, I'm dumb. We've got a problem. Boy. How many of my calculations were wrong? Alright, we gotta run through the factory and make sure that everything's okay. I mean, the good news is it's blueprinted, so if I have to redo it, it should be fast. At least at the current point we're on. Alright. So currently, we have the infrastructure to take... So we've got 8 iron blocks, which all make 120. So that's fine. That's more than enough. Steel, we've got 4 of these. So 4 times 120, 480. How many steel ingots do we need? Less than that. Perfect. Okay. And then we have the infrastructure for 240 copper. That's less than what we need. And then we have the infrastructure for... Oh, no. Oh, no. Is this correct? 15. 15, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And if we just quick maths here. Yeah, that's 60. No! I didn't break something, but I made 2 spreadsheets. I did a... Here, I'll show you. I made 2 spreadsheets. At some point, I changed the way this worked, and I didn't realize that I was screwing myself over. So I have this one before oil, right? Quick thing to look at. This one needs 30 caterium ore to function. Well, I made another one that's after oil. And this one needs 50.37. Which actually, no, that is fine. Because this makes 60. Okay, we're okay. I was about to make a lot of mistakes, but I haven't yet. So let's just, we're gonna ignore this other spreadsheet that I made because it's not going to help. It's only going to hurt. So we're only going to use the starter one because if I use the other one, I will have the wrong amount of resources. And then that would be bad. So we need to plan like we're going to have the full amount of resources, even if I don't build the stuff for those products right now. But we probably will because we need to pre-plan this. Otherwise, everything will be broken. So, all right. Let's start with... Let's finish setting up this floor with the correct numbers. So this block, our only Caterium block, needs to produce less than 60 per minute. Right now it would. If we put in what this says, we would put in more than we need of Caterium. So now one way we could do this, which we could consider here, is that I could, because this is nice even numbers, we could just send this in, like this amount in, and the extra Caterium ingots that we make, we could just sink them. We could just sink them and it would be fine. But I guess the cleaner thing, I don't really know how to deal with all the decibels we got going on, to be honest. Because the amount of Caterium I'm supposed to make is 50.37142857. Not a pretty number. I don't know exactly what's happening there. Let's see. Let's evaluate the spreadsheet. So this is a thing I made, so it's very possible there's just errors here, but I've used it a lot. Like, we used it a lot in the other playthrough, and it never did me wrong. It was always, in the end, correct, even if I didn't know why. I've got a lot of, like... This is a very fancy spreadsheet. I learned how to do things I did not know how to do to make this spreadsheet. Where we have a sheet with all the recipes and all the numbers, including like alternate recipes, a sheet with all the machines and their power costs and how much it costs to sloop the machine. We have a list of resources. I was gonna put the totals here so that we could figure out, like, we'll do that in this playthrough. Anyway, we're gonna look at this and see why the number is weird, and maybe if we change the plan a little bit, we can make the numbers a little easier to deal with. So currently we're using the base Caterium ingot recipe to make this 50 ingots. Now, I'm not storing any of this, so that means that other things being made on this list need Caterium ingots. So this spreadsheet automatically figures it out. The only part I tell this spreadsheet is the stuff before this gray line. And then it figures out everything else. It says what materials are needed. It fills in like how much we need to produce, etc. So we're just going to look for things that need Caterium ingots in this list. So quick wire should be the only thing. Yeah. So you can see this number is the same as the ingot number. So why are we making a weird amount of Caterium? Quick wire. Well, what's using quick wire? Our circuit boards. Those are a nice even number. No problems there. Quick wire is being used for AI limiters. Ah, it's the Caterium circuit board recipe. So because we are making one circuit board to be stored, but we're making, for some reason, we're making 26.5 per minute. So what's the Caterium circuit board recipe? Let's see. Caterium circuit board. So we go up to circuit board. Circuit board. Here it is, Caterium circuit board. Okay, so it's a little bit weird. It's got, you know, this 0.5 in there, but it's nothing too crazy. So that on its own doesn't make it these crazy numbers. Why is it making... I mean, it's kind of the reason that it's such a mess. And we can't do this circuit board recipe until we have plastic. But I'm pretty sure I'm using this. I remember like picking this recipe over the other one because it was significantly cheaper. Because I think the other one also uses plastic. So if we just switch to this real quick. Give it a second. It has to recalculate. So, okay, so these are evener numbers, but it uses copper sheets instead of quick wire. But it is even numbers, but it means that now we make very few Caterium ingots, and now we make a ton of copper. So I think we were better off with the other recipe. Caterium circuit board. Yeah, I think that change was a little too drastic. So now we use more Caterium, less copper, and less plastic, I believe. Where's my plastic? So plastic is down to just under 50, right? So if I change that again, circuit board. Let's see what happens to our plastic. Give it a second. It's calculating. Yeah, our plastic goes way up if we use the other recipe. So that's the main benefit to the Caterium one. So even though the numbers are like annoying, ultimately I think we're better off keeping this recipe. Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna have a really annoying number here. That's fine. I don't think this board's gonna like this number. Oh yeah, you didn't see it because I stole the spreadsheet up. I'm sorry. Here's our sign now. And then this takes in 151 1142 857. Great. Nailed it. All right. So if we want to set this up to do this, we need one of these machines. Like the easy way to do this, I think, is to just change one of these machines. So this machine, instead of making 15, let me think about this. We get 45 from the other three machines. So this machine only needs to make 5.371428 5, 4. So it's making that. So that gets us at the 50. All right, perfect. So this one machine. Oh, but we're load balancing. Load balancing, I forgot. Welcome back, Lola. Okay, so we actually need to get the real number. Well, darn. Okay. So I guess we'll do this number divided by 4. This is the number. How do I copy it? I can't copy it. What if I just copy the formula? I didn't like that. Didn't like that one bit. 12.592,857. 12.592,857. 12.592. Hold on, I'm putting it in chat. 592,857. This is a totally normal Twitch chat message. Okay. I forgot we were load balancing. 592,857. All right. Copy. I almost forgot I was load balancing and that would have been a problem, but thankfully I remembered. So, combined, if we take this number, paste, oh. It's to me at all, did it? I think the display shows more than it is, but that's okay. I mean, the worst thing that happens as a result of this is that these machines use a little bit more power than they need to because they're asking for more, but even then they don't because they'll stop if they're not receiving it. So it should be fine. Should be fine. Here's our beautiful sign. Yeah, it'll round up. It has rounded up. Because this is now 56 instead of... No, it rounded down. So do I need to round up? What if we did this? What if we just intentionally overproduce? And then we make 50.4. Well over what we need to make. And then each of these takes 37.8 per minute, so 8 times 4, 151.2. Yeah, so we're gonna overproduce. I don't know if this is needed or not, or if there's a way to correctly set it. I'm sure it can only do up to so many decimals or something. So if we make this many instead of what my spreadsheet says, Then we need... We're overproducing by... What if I put the overproducing amount in my stored and then we just sync that? So we'll do 2, 8. I'm making my life way too hard. 3.4 minus this number. Well, it hated that. It's just, I think it's caught in an infinite loop now. Minus... Oh god. What have I done? Sorry. Okay, 1 second, guys. Copy. Equal 50.4 minus, and then I'm gonna paste this number. It refuses to do this equation. All right, I'll just do it in the game then. The game won't do it either. It hates it. Well. Two, 8, 5, 7. All right. Even though the game and my spreadsheet refuse to do that calculation, I still managed to do it. All right. All right, so now the spreadsheet is aware of the problem, I think. It's not updating. Please. What is going on here? I've upset my spreadsheet. And I don't know why. But it's just infinitely loading. Okay, I'm just gonna have to remember that we're doing that. Because the spreadsheet hates that. But we're gonna sync the excess ingots. I don't really know how, to be honest. But we're gonna do it. I guess we could just use like a splitter and then do overflow. That's probably what I'll use like a smart splitter and we'll do overflow. Okay, well that was a simple problem, right? Super simple. All right, copper is next. This should be easier. Copper. We need 187.75. So one of these can stay normal. 187.75 minus 120. And then the other one needs to do 67.75 output. So we'll make that, yeah, the second block. I already forgot the number. So 67.75. 67.75. Which also makes this number 67.75. And then we need to take this and 67.75 divided by 4. Each machine needs to make that number, 16.9375. Hopefully that's few enough digits. 16.9375. So it rounded up. Oh, also I did the wrong number. 67.9375. Okay. All right, so in theory, doesn't seem like it's doing it. Is it like once we're past 3 decimal points, you're out of luck? It is kind of lying here though, and then showing decimals here, so it makes me think it does work. So maybe I don't need to change the other one? But is it worth the risk? Is the real thing, I guess. I think I'm just gonna leave the Caterium one. But this one we'll leave like this. And worst case scenario, if it's making 16.938. 16.938 times 4. Then instead of making 67.75, it's making 67.752, which is like nothing. Turkey come. Oh, is Momo a turkey lover? We used to have a cat that loved turkey. All right, so that one can stay. That's fine. All right, now we'll do steel. So steel, we're gonna make 346.125. So 2 of these can stay exactly as they are. Wait. Why do I have 4 of these? 3, 8, 5. Wait. 120 times 4 minus 346.125. Yeah, we have an old extra block we don't need. How did this happen? Alrighty then. That's really unfortunate. Eat turkey and fell asleep very relaxed, tongue sticking out and her eyes rolled up, pure bliss, so very happy. Oh no. Is this number right? Or I assume I just made the wrong call a long time ago. Because 346 point, where is it? Where's the number? My eye keeps losing it. 125 divided by 120. Yeah, it's definitely 3 blocks. So we have an extra block. Well, shoot. What do I put in this block then? Now there's this gaping hole. What else could we do here? What requires only a single block and no processed components? Reanimated Sam? Reanimated Sam only requires a single constructor. We could do that. Let's do it. Let's pull up the left iron one. Just want a left facing. No, no, no. Want a right facing. So, right facing. Because this has a wall. Excuse me. All right. This is the layout we want, but we want to completely change the innards. Have I eaten had coffee from my coffee machine? Okay, so we want a single constructor. I can't see. Lola's up to some generosity. Don't send me some food. Mass production's going great. Welcome in. It's going slow, but that's okay. We're very chill around. I'm in no rush. All right. So this will be reanimated Sam. How much am I planning in my spreadsheet? We want exactly what it says in the recipe. Perfect. So keep that. Oh my goodness. What did I get? Quiche! Thank you very much. Well, you're the best. All right, so 120 out. We can do a Mark 1. Come on. Is it clicking? Oh, I got tricked in. All right, so we got this. Let's go. Sam. Sam goes in at 120. And reanimated Sam comes out at 30. Those are our numbers. Let's get inside here. I'm just gonna remove everything because it's very likely that we need to. We're not even splitting it. This is very straightforward. All right. This needs to be Mark 2. Mark 2. This goes Mark 1. Ba-da-dum. Okay, simple enough. That is my alarm. Moment, I'll be right. Imagine if money was reusable and recyclable. I mean, yeah. All right, I'll be right back. Oh my goodness. I stabbed my foot on the door. Ugh. Stop being so clumsy. All right. Oh, right, power. Let's get the power. Ah! Let's get the power done. Don't use doors like that. Yeah. I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Okay. Typical power shenanigans here. Thank you. All right. This is my magical SAM blueprint with a single constructor inside. It's beautiful. All right, so this is a 120 to 30 SAM. 1 on R. And we're gonna do reanimated Sam for the picture. And we're gonna put it in... Put it in a new one. Construct. I'm pretty smart with my namings. Oh. Okay. I was about to ask you, Lola, to check if you got charged twice, but no, it's just I get like 2 different services that ping me. Okay. They're preparing my quiche. Very good. I'm excited. I'm also actually really hungry. You know, I wonder sometimes, Lola, if you just like can hear in my voice when I'm hungry. So, like, I kid you not, like 5 minutes before you asked, I was like, man, I'm hungry. But I didn't say it, but I felt it. Charge this one, she can hear it. Oh my god. Lola got the 6th sense for hungry streamer. Well, I appreciate you. All right. And that should do it. Yep. Bam. Beautiful. Blueprints are great. That's amazing. All right. Okay, so I need to make sure... So that sign's perfectly correct. Perfectly correct, I say. G1. Let's call... I guess this isn't correct, because I need to say G2. G2. They share a room. And then... Now we can do the math for the ceiling gets... So, if we're gonna make 240 with that... Then we need this number minus 240. So this room needs to make 106.125. 106.125. Okay. And then 106.125 divided by 4. Actually, hold on. It's... Okay, so 0.884375. 0.88. 0.88. Oh god. Yeah, it's gone. I need to write it down. That's not correct. 0.125 divided by 120. Putting it in chat. 4.375. Twitch is gonna think I'm a bot. I just keep putting numbers in chat. Okay, so we're gonna take 80 and we're gonna multiply it by that number. 4.375. Okay, so 70.75 is the number. Okay, so this one does this. Now we want this divided by 4. So now we want the 26.53125. Boom. Chat is now my notepad. Oh, I did divide by 4. I need to multiply this by 2. No, I didn't do this. Habit that I divided by 4, but it is not divided by 4, it is divided by 2. Because there's only 2 constructors per building. Boom. Alright. So 53.0625. Copy. Paste. Again, it says it's doing more than that, but I think we're good. Surely they wouldn't let me enter the wrong number, right? Okay. So now, I think all of these signs are correct. No signs here. All right. Now, all of these... Wait, did I do copper? Kappa, 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 kappa. Yes, I did. Okay. All right. Most of these don't need to change. Chill. I just realized I'm not even doing true load balancing if I do it this way, but whatever. We're mostly load balancing. It should be way faster than my typical manifold nonsense. That's what's important. 918 is how many iron ingots we need to make. That is a lot of iron ingots. All right, and we have 8 of these. So what we could do is change all 4 of these to this. Which I guess since I'm doing blueprints, I probably could have done this from the very beginning and this whole thing would have made way more sense. Maybe we'll do that on later floors. I mean, it's not too late. I could actually properly load balance this, I guess. Am I gonna get lazy? Are we gonna load balance this? We really should. It'd probably make it easier to do the belting. All right. I'm gonna redo everything I just did. Well, not everything. The Caterium can stay. The Sam can stay. Just, you know, the other 2. So instead of doing it like this, I need to change the blueprints. Should I change the blueprints? I mean, in the case of the iron, I probably should. Because it definitely saves me time. But in the case of this, it doesn't really save me any time. All right. So then, instead of what I did, we're going to do 3, 8. Sorry, 3, 4, 6.125 divided by 3. Okay, so now they all need to produce that number. 115,375. 115,375. Copy. Put it on all of them. Oopsie. That's not what I wanted. All right, and then we take 115,375 over the original number, which was 120, and that is 0.96 961458 961458 961458 961458 times 80 gives us 76.91664. 76.91664. 71,96884. Is that the correct number? Oh, no, it's not. It is 1664. 166. Bum ba bum. Ba-dum bum 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 ba bum bum ba bum. Bum ba bum bum ba bum. Ba bum 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 bum. Ba bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Ba bum bum bum. There must have been some way I could have mapped this all out to have even numbers and still do load balancing. Oh, right. I need to actually change the machines. Okay, so that means every single machine needs to be identical. And if we take this number, 115.375, we divide it by 2. What the heck? Oh, I see. 375 divided by 2. 57.6875. I forgot the number. I have the memory of a squirrel, apparently. 75. There we go. All right. 7.6875. Boom. Copy. Paste. 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 There we go. All right. That's all sorted. And then we just change this one. All right. So copper ingots. We need 187.75. So Divide that by 2. Each of these needs to produce 93.875. 93.875. All right, and they would normally produce 120, so we just do 93.875 divided by 120. And then we'll just do this, which I should have done a long time ago. 20. Oh, right, because these are the same number. Right. Okay. Nope. That is incorrect. Okay. All right, and then we take this number and we divide it by 4. Can I just do this? I can. I'm getting faster. All right, now it's proper. All right, so then with that out of the way, I just thought of a reason why changing the blueprint would be better, actually, but that's a problem for future me, right? Okay. In the case of these, though, we should change the blueprint because there's 8 of these. And 8 is 8. We are going to have to do the top part of the sign again, but that's fine. We won't have to do all the machines and all the signs a bajillion times if I do it now. Okay. Oop. Fall. Load. Suppose I should first figure out what the actual calculation I'm changing to is. Spreadsheet. All right, so 918 divided by 8. 114.75. All right. All right. So we did that. And we take this number, divide it by 4. All right, and this is what every single machine does in the iron section. Open flame. It was easy to love you with our hearts in the sun. Your arms. I pretend you threw me up, let me down. Let me out. You ask me out. I guess they got no There we go. I should probably have changed the name too, huh? Whatever. It's fine. Stop. Yeah, it's so hard. Yeah. Alright. Blueprint. That didn't work. Because that's copper. Meow. Let me up, let me down. Two. Better. This is C1. C2. D1. I put the wrong thing here. All right. That's that. So now it's load balanced. And the actual numbers. Also, because I did that, our Samor is now going to this floor. So we've gotten rid of one extra thing. This is still a parking lot. We still have the potential for a biodump right there. Okay. So now we want to make constructor blocks, but still make them 3x4. So we'll clear this. We will load. Let's load this one. This is basically what we want. But we are gonna empty it again. But it's the emptiest of all the blueprints, so. Easiest to fix. Run, remove that. Okay. So our typical 3 constructor blueprint will look something like this. Want it centered. This will go one to the side. Okay, so they shouldn't touch bits because I'm doing that. We'll do floor holes. Alright, and I guess we should do screws because we know we're gonna do those. Cast screws. Okay. Well, good news is it's still marked 1s all around. So that's good. Okay. Under the hood. All right, so we need to divide evenly between 3. Is there enough space to do that? I suppose I could move where the hole is. That would make it way easier. Can we move the hole to here? That would simplify my life so much. Oh, but you can't. Because that's dead center. I mean, even moving it here would make it easier. Go center. I think even this would make it easy enough. All right, all of this. Hope that's not too close. Seems happy with it. All right. Coming in though is how much is coming into this? Let me in. $12.5 times 3. Oh, okay. Okay, but coming out is 150 potentially. So do our typical merging. Oh no. Why have I done this? What if we do... Ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum. There we go. That looks funny, don't it? It's less funny. I don't know what happened there. Okay, we need this. Need that. And then this could come out 150. But will it? How many screws are we making? Screws! We're making 915. So 915 divided by where'd my spreadsheet go? Screws divided by, well, there's 3 constructors per, right? Let's just say by 19. That's not right. Hold on. If it's 19 divided by 3. Okay, so it's 7 blocks. So 915 divided by 7. means each block needs to make this amount, which is still a Mark III belt. All right. I will spend the one the one steel on that. That's fine. Okay. And yeah, we know that I need to change these machines. I haven't saved this entire stream. I mean, it auto saves, but I have not managed to save the whole stream. Where's the food at? I am actually about to stop functioning. It's on the way. Where have I heard that before? All right, guys. Let's switch over to videos or something while we wait for food, because I am running out of steam to use my brain. Yeah. Let's see. Stop the music. Go to this screen. Actually, no. This screen. And I'll do yes. And Satisfactory. Let's see what's going on. Oh yeah, I forgot. I queued this up for us to watch for a break. Preach, who we were watching, who's been playing Monster Hunter World. I'm really struggling. Has another update. I think it's day 7 for him. So we could do that, or watch maybe some Satisfactory stuff, some Path of Exile stuff. I want to watch some Path of Exile stuff. I've been really enjoying Path of Exile. I've been a little on the fence if I should keep streaming it, or if I should wait until the 1.1, or if I should wait until the League comes out, because I don't think we're that far from a League. Like maybe a couple weeks at this point, you know? Well, actually, let me think about it. We've been in early access for a month and a half, right? So we probably have another month and a half to a League. So that's a pretty long time. But the patch isn't going to bring new content. So I just feel like, I don't know. It's weird to stream because there's not much going on. But I'm still playing it. I've also been kind of wanting to, I've been considering the idea of, I'm sorry, my brain, of the first League of early access starting in hardcore. I really had fun when we did that. Yeah, I just really had fun when we did that. And I could start in like solo self-found, and then just, if I wanted to trade, I could just, like, assuming they fix it, then you can just migrate. Like if it's like PoE1, you can just migrate to trade. So I could migrate to hardcore trade if I wanted to. And if I died, I would just be in the parent league. Actually, I don't know if that'll still be the case. I guess that's the real factor, is if dying in hardcore puts you to standard, or if it puts you to the league, but softcore. If it still puts you to the league but softcore, then like I definitely want to do hardcore. If it doesn't, if it just like if you just go to standard, then I have way more hesitation about it. Even though I really, really enjoyed it. Like I enjoyed how much more, like, I don't know, it was very blood pumping, I guess. I don't know a better way to say that. Let's see. I am trying to find a good video for us. There's another super long talkative try chat with someone I don't know. Let's give this a shot.
So I was.
It's talkative try, so it's probably good, right? Let me get this on screen. Boom.
All right, so I was shown Lycan's channel last year when he made a Path of Exile 1 review style video. It was long form. It's, 48, 49 minutes. I thought it was an excellent video. I immediately reached out, said, I need to talk to this man and get his opinions on Path of Exile. And when Path of Exile 2 came out, I knew I also wanted to talk to Lycan 2 on this little podcast circuit. Because while you haven't continued making Path of Exile content, you have been doing stellar video essays on other games, and your two most recent videos are on Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne. And they are 3 hours and 4 hours long. Man, I listened to them. Such thorough critiques. So my first question is, you've been playing a lot of Path of Exile 2. Are you going to make a 4-hour thorough critique of Path of Exile 2?
That's a difficult one. I probably will make some kind of Path of Exile 2 video. I'm working on one now, and the reason why is I want to get a few smaller videos out in between my big Souls critiques, because they take a long time to make. So I want to get something out between there, and I really want to make a PoE video.
I want to watch that.
I'm not gonna make a big critique of PoE 2, at least until full release, because it doesn't feel fair when it's in early access to be doing a massive critique of it.
What do you mean, Lycan? You can't release 3 critique videos a week and really milk the Path of Exile 2 content train? Come on, what?
Nah, I'm not all for that. It will be one smaller video now, and then in full release, I might do a big video. It might be a kind of smaller one. I'm not sure, but I'm working on one now. I'm working on a PoE 2 video.
So how have you been enjoying Path of Exile 2? We'll talk about the latest patch in just a second, you guys, but I want to get in surface level thoughts.
I hope as many people as possible, and I'm glad Try is doing what he does, because he's putting his feelers out. He's really good at it. Because I hope as many people as possible give their experience and their opinions on everything about the early access, because that's what it's for, right? And honestly, it's been super informative to me, because I had that rant the other day where I was just like, oh, I guess I'm the only one that's bothered by the lack of choice in the end game in PoE 2 compared to PoE 1, because nobody asked. I was really shocked. But that lets me know, I assumed this was something anybody who played PoE 1 would want, but clearly that was a false assumption, because it doesn't. I haven't heard anybody talking about it, really. Yeah.
Thoughts on the game so far?
So it's just me.
Yeah, I think the game is great. I think it's setting up to be probably better than PoE 1 in a lot of ways. And it's shaping up to be, I guess, more of an action game than PoE 1 was. And I think that's a really good direction for it to go, because the sort of direction that ARPGs they haven't really taken. They sort of stay within where the systems or where a lot of the gameplay is, and the actual playing of them isn't really as big of a deal as the creating your character, getting your items.
And now that we've played more of Path of Exile 2, I can kind of say that like it's really an interesting blend because if you think back to No Rest for the Wicked, No Rest for the Wicked was much more action leaning than ARPG leaning, which is like a weird thing to say, but I guess the better way to say it is like it's more about your skill than it is about your build in something like No Rest for the Wicked. It was just like there was almost none of that. To me, I didn't even play all the way through, but like there was so much less build stuff in that game, and it was really just about like it was just an action game with a different camera perspective. Whereas Path of Exile 2, it has the action combat, but it's not as important as a game like Souls or like No Rest for the Wicked or something, because technically your build, your gear, and all that other stuff can completely override your ability to a point. Like there are going to be high end stuff where like you might need to dodge, but also you could just have like, if you really wanted to, like hundreds of hours into a build, I'm sure even after it's balanced, there will be builds that if there's enough investment into it, you do not need to have any skill. Now, if you're in hardcore, that's not going to be the case, because to get there, you're going to have to do the action combat to some extent. But even early on, like, I think even when they balance it, I think that if you're smart enough, or if you just look up the right build, I guess, careful enough, you could kind of circumvent the need to do the action part of the game. But at the same time, it's there, and it's more solid than ever that it's fun to play. Like, the action is fun action, and you can use it. Like, you could ignore your build or ignore gear for a while if you have enough skill. And I think that's a really nice place for it to be. That still puts it very, very distinctly in the ARPG category, while also not being dated in terms of its actual action gameplay. But that's just my take.
But PoE 2 is a little bit more, at least in the campaign, of an actual action game, which is a neat direction. I'm really liking it so far.
Most definitely. Now, where are you in the campaign or in the game itself? Or have you played Endgame, or have you just been sticking to the campaign for the most part?
Oh, I have like 200 hours. I've played through the campaign on every class, and I've taken Monk and Ranger through the end game.
Jeez.
Okay, so we are talking to an assured Path of Exile 2 veteran already. I had no idea. Holy crap. Well then, okay, so you are well aware of the playing field here. Obviously,
Oh, yeah.
Grinding Gear Games just released their intentions for Path of Exile 2. What are they doing, man? Did you watch that patch reveal?
Yeah, I watched the reveal and I watched the interview afterwards. It was it looks like a pretty good patch. I'm pretty happy with all the changes, all things considered. My favorite one is the replacing the runes. That needed to happen immediately. I'm so glad that's already there.
I wish it had happened
100%,
sooner,
man.
but yeah.
That instantly is going to solve an issue that they initially created Path of Exile 2 to solve. The swapping around of gear because of sockets in Path of Exile 1 and you not having the correct colors.
It's honestly a little comical that they recreated the same problem with runes.
Basically runes in Path of Exile 2, right? Because you'd find this cool new piece of gear,
but it's fixed
like,
now,
man,
so that's
my
good.
resistances to get totally screwed if I equip this, right?
Yeah, it constantly with me, I'd find an upgrade and I just couldn't equip it. So it's probably my favorite change, even though I like all of the things they're doing with like the end game, whatever. My favorite change out of all of that is just the overriding runes. That just felt like that should have been there on release, and I'm glad it's here now.
100%. Okay, well, actually, before we dive into that patch a little bit, Lycan, I didn't know you played every single character to endgame, through the campaign at least. That's very interesting because you're not too active on social media, and I didn't want to, pick your brain in Discord or anything. So, of the 6 classes released, which one did you enjoy most playing through the campaign on? And which one just completely fell flat, if any of them did?
I really enjoyed the monk. I think the early game is really well designed, and I like the melee feel of the monk feels really good as you get further on. I think it gets a bit too zoomy, PoE one zoomy. Maybe that'll be a topic for later of how fast it is in the late game. But that feels like that's a balance thing. They can change that around with numbers. But I feel that monk is just
Food's here, one sec. All right. Thank you, Lola, again. Catastrophe. All right.
probably the best designed class from a design perspective overall. And my least favorite was probably mercenary, but that has more to do with the crossbow. I think there's a lot of issues with the crossbow in general. And I think yeah, that one felt really, really bad. I didn't even finish the campaign on the mercenary. I
I'm
couldn't do
also
it.
very alone in
Ooh,
my monk.
see, I'm actually in agreement with you on that, Lycan. I tried to play through the campaign on the mercenary privately, not on stream or anything. I got through Act 1, and it just feels jank with the crossbow and with the grenades. And it's interesting because a certain sect of people just thoroughly enjoy that playstyle. It just must be a different mindset, which is
It is a different
good
mindset,
that Path of Exile 2 can cater to those different mindsets. I'm really
but it's also got some problems with some
fascinated
of the skills.
that you didn't put warrior at the bottom. Are you a pro warrior, anti warrior fan right here? Maces, shields, and the like. How do you feel about those?
I think a lot of what Warrior has going on in terms of design is really good. I think there's some really good ideas there. I think Warrior just comes down to tuning. I think there's just a lot of tuning that needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
I do have an issue with the idea of total attack.
I think there's functionally something off with the reload system, and it might be down to numbers. Whereas my issue with Monk, and like people aren't having this problem because Monk's so powerful and so everybody loves it. But then if you ask them specifically, like, isn't the targeting for bells bad? And like I feel like everyone says that it is. They just don't care because it's so powerful. But like I feel like Monk's the biggest problem for me because the quarterstaff skills have so many problems. And Warrior has some of this too with some of its skills where like so I think it's really more of a melee problem where there's certain skills where like you have to be like inside the monster. There's like weird positioning things to do to hit the monster. And like targeting is weird and name locking causes weird feelings sometimes. But at the same time, there's moments with Warrior where like it feels so good. Like they really capture like the weight of the hammer. And yeah, I think it's again like a tuning thing would probably help more people like it.
Attack time and not really being able to scale attack speed. Because I've got like a whole like three-page document of like criticisms just written down in case I make a video or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's one of the big things I mentioned for Warrior was just the total attack time feels horrible. But other than that, I think the design of Warrior is really strong just from a overall perspective, and everything else that comes with him. It's just going to be tuning.
Yeah, you can tell the individuals responsible for designing the warrior probably had a very strong vision in mind when they were creating all these skills and how they played and how they interact with each other. But then when you put that in the playground with the 5 other classes or all the other weapon types, it definitely, and most importantly, the monsters of Path of Exile 2, especially in the end game, it does feel out of place. And that's one really interesting topic now that I know you've played campaign and endgame. The swap from campaign to endgame. It was stark for me in that in the campaign, I'm paying attention to what the monsters do. I'm actively fighting them. We're fighting bosses every single map. Thought that was great and enjoyable and challenging. And then in the end game, it all kind of swaps and it becomes aimless and it becomes just, okay, watch out for these explosions, watch out for these undeath effects. And we're just slaughtering
Oh my god,
monsters.
number?
It's
Oh
a
yeah.
real janky experience in my view. What are your thoughts on that now since you've played through the end game on a few characters now?
I have pretty much the same feel. It's like they went into PoE 2 and designing it of we want to make combat better. We don't like that PoE 1
One.
is just you press a single button and the whole screen dies. And they want to make PoE 2 more of an action game. They want to bring people in by it being more of an action game, and they want that style of gameplay. I would imagine
Lola got me
throughout.
quiche, so I'm
But
taking a
once
food
you
break.
get even to Cruel with a lot of
Yes.
characters, it just goes back to PoE 1 of usually just holding down a single button and clearing entire screens. And it just doesn't feel like that was intended. It feels like they've done a lot of testing of the early game and making that feel great. And I think it does. I think they've wholeheartedly succeeded in their goal when it comes to the first 3 acts. But the moment you get a high level and you get a lot of stats, it's just everything turns straight back into how it was. And it's a difficult problem to solve. It's a difficult problem to solve as a design team when you're working in a genre where you're adding so many stats and different layers of progression. You've got like items, you've got your passive tree, you've got the gems, you've got all of this. How are you supposed
I have a crazy thought about this. And maybe this is a terrible idea. It's one of those, like, gamer doesn't know how to fix the problem, but they know what the problem is. We've got an issue with, like, there's a jump between the different sections of the game in terms of, like, player power versus monster power. So one of those jumps is you could be destroying, and like this I only know from hearing from it because I haven't done tier 18 maps, but there you can do tier 16 maps and then you can level them up twice with the modifiers, right? So essentially the highest tier map you can run is tier 18. The difference between a tier 18 map and fighting a pinnacle boss is apparently a massive leap in difficulty. And this was the case if you were doing like harder versions of the bosses in PoE 1 as well. And they added tier 17 maps in PoE 1 to try to solve this problem. But the problem with tier 17 maps was that when they released them, they were harder than the hardest bosses in the game. And then they brought them down, and then they were like still a really big jump from doing a tier 16 to doing a tier 17. And it's like we're grinding all these maps like crazy, right? So I kind of have to wonder what would be the big deal if there were like 100 tiers of maps, just so that the actual like curve of how hard things got was a little bit less steep, right? Like the jump from one thing to the next could be much smoother if there were just more tiers. Like people run thousands of maps anyway. Why not just have more tiers? I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess like it might be bloated or something, but like you can make the lower end much easier and the higher end much harder if you just had more tiers. I don't know. I'm sure that they just don't want it to be like bloated or something, but even from end of Act 3 to Act 1 Cruel mode has like a weird curve of difficulty as well. But I don't know, man.
to have that and also have this meaningful, good action game combat. It's a very difficult thing to do. And if they can do it, then I think it would be amazing. It's just I worry how possible that actually is. And it might just be that we have really, really good combat for the campaign, and then when you get to endgame, it's a bit more PoE1 like.
I disagree with this. I think the goal should be eventually you should be able to clear screens and whatever. It's just early maps shouldn't be that. Like, there should be more tiers of maps where you're not just instantly obliterating the entire screen if you're a normal player. And then they get harder and harder and harder. You know, at the a quarter of a way through map tiers, you could get to the point where you're starting to clear like whole screens and stuff.
Yeah, I thought that was very eloquently said. It's something I don't envy for grinding your games right now. All these game design choices and decisions that they have to make now that they've had all these players testing their game. Sorry, my cat's being absolutely ridiculous. Silly Zoja. And it really made me think, you know, we've got this, obviously this early game, like you said, plays really well. The combat feels great. And then we swap to Cruel and everything starts speeding up substantially. You're killing bosses in 5 seconds already. And that translates into the end game. And then in that interview that they had with DM and Ghazi a few days ago, made me say, what the hell is grinding your games doing? Because when DM tried to approach them with this question, kind of talking about, okay, you know, transition from end game to, or campaign to end game, and you feel a lot much faster. They almost sounded like they were okay with that. I think Jonathan's immediate response was, well, you have to feel godlike, or you have to feel, you know, super, super powerful. And I agree. That's what you play an ARPG for many times. But I feel like it just happens so fast. I mean,
Yeah, it's
in
the
Cruel,
curve.
it happens. And in Endgame, it's like that too. They said they wanted boss fights, at least the pinnacle boss fights, to be 1 to 3 minutes. I'm killing bosses and maps in, you know, 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah.
In normal
Map
maps, and
bosses
when I
need to
start
be
to
so
buff
much
them up
harder.
a little bit, it takes a little bit longer. But
They're
still,
easier than
yeah,
yellow
same.
mobs.
I'm really curious. Do they even think it's a problem? Because I almost got the intention after re-listening to that interview today that they don't think it's that much of a problem. What were your thoughts on the interview? Because you said you listened to it.
Yeah, in terms of that specific like topic, I kind of wish that they were more open to the idea of that being a problem. And I know that they did say they wanted to smooth that curve out a bit more.
Yeah.
They wanted to make it a bit more of a gradual thing. Because right now it is like, at some point in Cruel, depending on your character and your build, a flips switches and you just go into...
I think that GDD is in a really tough spot with this, though. Like, I don't think there's any way they could answer it where everyone would be happy. Because if they said, yeah, if they just, like, laughed and they're like, yeah, we gotta nerf people like crazy, people would have been so pissed. You know? Like, they have to be careful how they say it. So it's really hard to know what their real intention is, because they can't... If their intention is to actually flatten the curve, some people are going to be angry about it. And obviously, like, they're going to be open about it once they do it, but I don't know. They just have to be careful how they say it.
It feels like you go from PoE 2 to PoE 1. It feels like there is just a sudden thing that happens. Something on your build comes online, and all of a sudden you're destroying things. However, I have started an SSF run recently, and that one I am in Cruel, and bosses are taking about 1 minute to 3 minutes, and it feels like that build that I've made, that feels like this is what PoE 2 should be throughout. But it's just because my build is like, it's an off-meta thing. It's like it's a arc crit Stormweaver that's like not optimal.
Yeah, that is the part of this that's really, really hard. It's like, there's just so many different builds, and the difference between them is massive. And like, if you're doing the wrong thing or the right thing, like, you will feel a massive difference. You have a totally different experience.
In the slightest. I didn't want to play Spark because everyone's playing it. So I made an arc crit, and like I'm not amazing at making my own builds, but I can do all right sometimes. And that build, it's like, wow, this feels like what PoE 2 should be for everything. And it feels kind of weird that they weren't a little bit more like, oh yeah, we've understood that this is a bit of a problem. This is like one of the core things that we need to solve. They seemed kind of cagey about it. And I think I know why. I think there's a large, very, very large contingent of the Path of Exile 2 community that really, really likes the PoE 1 style of you just kill everything really, really
Yeah.
quickly. I feel like the wanting the more action game combat is not a widely held opinion by many who play PoE 2.
They have to
At
be
least of the
convinced
old PoE
by
1
playing it.
players.
Yeah.
I think that with the newer PoE 2 players, they probably are thinking like, where did the combat go? But I think GGG with that answer. I think the reason they were a little bit like not really answering about that really is that they don't want to upset people. They just want to work on it in the background, see what they can do, and whatever happens, and the community will have to get used to it when changes are made. I hope that that's the case at least, because
That's my thought
yeah,
as
there's
well.
definitely a contingent of the PoE 1 community playing PoE 2 who probably don't want the more action game combat throughout.
That's very sound reasoning. And no matter what people might say about that interview, I saw a lot of opinions. The developers were very transparent throughout the course of that interview. People, Twitch chat, were dunking on them for not knowing the answers to simple questions about the game and needing to look at each other and everything. I find that very refreshing. They're not they don't have everything memorized, and they don't have, okay,
They know a lot.
if you've ever
though.
done public speaking, or you've ever done interviews, or you have to do a presentation,
Okay,
usually
get some good
a
food.
lot of times people say, okay, well, if you don't know something, have this canned response ready to go. Okay, so you can blast something off, and you can sound
If you don't know
intelligent
something,
and kind of just
say you don't know something.
politician-y, slide it away. Okay, you're answering it, but you're not really answering it. Instead, Mark and Jonathan were just like, yeah, well, actually, let's think through this. Is this how this works? Or maybe we gotta go check back into it. Or no, maybe you
There's
can see like
nobody knows
every time a little
everything.
thought popped into their head, they just said it. That's so refreshing. I really like that. And in those scenarios when, the big questions are asked, like this big speed question, and there is something that they are trying to do in the background, maybe reformat the game, how Cruel works, how Acts 4, 5, and 6 look, how the end game looks. I don't know if they just be like, oh, really cagey about it and try to obscure what's going on. What I'm thinking more and more of is, this is a big thing. I think Path of Exile 2 has blown all expectations out of the water, and I'm not even talking about the players.
Yeah.
Talking about grinding your games internally.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to throw fuel on the fire or anything, but I think they are seeing the numbers, they are seeing the reception, and they are wondering, okay, maybe we try to turn portions of the game into that Path of Exile 1 godly experience a little bit, faster than intended. Or maybe they're trying to insert more of that PoE 1 experience into the game, sooner than intended, right? Because I feel like they wanted this power creep to occur over a 10-year span.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to get it a lot faster than that. I mean, how far did you get into the end game, dude? Because I feel like some characters, I feel like my monk, honestly, when I get going, I'm going faster than I was in Path of Exile 1 on some builds.
Yeah, I made it T15 maps. I did Zesht on my Ranger, and I did Zesht in I did it in under a minute. I pretty much two-shot Zesht. And then when
I do think you can go faster with a lot less
being able to enter Arbiter, I decided to pack in that character and play SSF instead. Yeah, it's weird, right? Because you would hope that they would want to make sure to slow it down a bit so that they have more room to grow over the next coming years. But then again, they are so used to having PoE 1 being as zoomy as it is for so long that they probably are like, it's fine if it is this way because we can keep it this way and it won't get out of hand because we know how to deal with PoE 1. We know how to balance PoE 1. And yeah, maybe that's why they don't want to adjust the speed way too much. But yeah, hopefully they do the making it ramp a bit more.
Yeah,
Because
I
I'm
think that
fine with the speed of like T15. Like when you're doing T15s and you've got a really strong character.
Now they also said, and I feel like they're kind of ignoring this a little bit. They also said there's a ton of balance changes they want to do. They're just waiting to do them because they don't want to tank people's characters in the middle of what's sort of a league, right? So they're waiting until they're going to do an economy reset anyway because they're going to have a league. So we're all going to be starting new characters anyway. So they're waiting to do all these balance changes they want to do until that comes around, which makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, yeah, because then you don't get people complaining that like, where's my free, passive tree reset or whatever. You don't have people that have already invested into things that got nerfed, and people can enjoy the rest of this league. It's not really a league, but they can enjoy the rest of this period with their characters, and it will be unaffected by the changes. Right? Makes sense.
With it being zoomy, but when you're doing T1 maps, it's a bit strange.
Definitely. They were talking about it feeling hard when you get into T1 maps. I had maybe I lucked into playing Invoker. I didn't even choose. I didn't do any planning, and it turned out to be one of the strongest ascendancies out there with quarterstaff. And I was just blasting through stuff, having no problems. Maybe I'll feel differently once I get my warrior up there. They felt very easy to me. The one thing I did agree with is that they need more direction there. It feels very aimless. Like I understand do 10 T1 maps. A lot of people are going to bounce. Obviously, they see that's a problem. They're going to fix that. That's going to be really, really cool. And once the rest of the end game is going to be fleshed out too. And
I really feel like I've heard this come up a few times about it being like aimless, and like they talked about in the interview about like this question. And while I agree that like having more direct quests that lead you to the bosses is part of the issue. Honestly, when I first played PoE 1, I didn't know how to fight the bosses. It was pretty aimless for me, too. The thing that grabbed me was that I could choose which piece of content I wanted to do in terms of the in-game mechanics. So, for me, this discussion, part of it is the choice thing, but I don't know that that's really part of it for other people when they talk about it. I mean, I guess I'll let Try finish. Maybe he'll mention it.
To be more objective based like the campaign, it's gonna be gonna be beautiful. And the ramping thing, I think Cruel, that's a band-aid. I think that it's gonna feel a lot better when we have 4, 5, 6 in the game, those acts.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. And about like getting into the campaign and struggling, I actually had that for my first character because I really wanted to make the demon form as my first, but then I equipped the thing that makes you have max out at 10 stacks, and then I didn't realize how terrible that was until I was in maps and I was doing no damage. That whole character was pretty much bricked because I built the whole thing around the 10 stacks, but it does no damage. To make the demon form work, you pretty much have to do some special shenanigans with health and staying at like 200 health and having loads of energy shield. So for that first character, it was really struggling. So I completely understand whether like there are some characters where you get into endgame and you are absolutely struggling and you can't do anything. But then there are some characters, like my second character, I made a monk, and it was before all of the guides and everything started coming out because it was on like day 3. I made a Ice Strike Invoker monk by happenstance. I walked into one of the best builds and just completely destroyed everything to the level that my witch just could not comprehend. Like the difference was massive. So I definitely think there is different things for different players.
I feel like the Ice Strike thing and the Infernalist thing with the Arsonists and my Super Slam character with the Warrior and Spark with Sorceress were like, I've heard a couple people talk this way about it where like, it was before the guides came out or whatever, like, yeah, of course it was. Like, I feel like those handful of builds are the ones that are like very you're drawn to them because you can see the combos and stuff like that from the skill descriptions and things like that. Or like the other one was like the gas grenade thing. Like a lot of people were using those skills because the game sort of pushed you towards them, whether it intended to or not. And so that's just like that's why everybody was kind of like same brain cell about a lot of these builds. Like I don't think people need to be so defensive about like it was my own build or whatever. Like that's just how it is. Especially this early on, where like we're all just kind of, especially with everybody's like first characters, I feel like most people weren't trying to do some crazy outside the box build. They were just like, what can I make work, right? So that meant they leaned more towards like obvious things, and those things worked because they were the obvious thing, right? So, and then you have people that were completely breaking the game by finding like crazy combinations, but like and also it's the same thing with PoE1 where like 2 Ice Strike monks, I'm sure, I haven't played one, but I'm sure you take 2 Ice Strike monks that were made by different people and you could have a very different experience. Like people come up with these or like an Infernalist minion build, and they can be very, very different. So yeah, people shouldn't worry about it so much.
That I think they definitely have to take into account, because if they want to adjust the curve, they need to do it in a way that brings the players that are struggling up, but the players who are doing really, really well down, and they have to do that well enough to keep people somewhat in check. Obviously, the better players need to do better, because that's just how things go. But I think how bad a character can be on the worse end is a little bit low right now for when you start maps, but how high you can be on the high end is like insane.
Yeah. Oh, that's very true. I
think the perfect balance in my mind for what PoE1 and PoE2 can be is to get power, you either need to get really, really, really lucky gear drops. And even then, that depending on where you are in the game is how powerful those are. So usually if it's like you got a really powerful drop early on, it's not going to serve you, or it shouldn't serve you into maps with that item. Like at least not to the same level that it did when it initially dropped for you. Like it could still function, but like you're not overpowered anymore, because eventually that power kind of the game caught up to you, right? You weren't replacing it. Then the other way is that yeah, in a smaller sense, you make smart decisions with your build. So you have to, if you make dumb decisions, almost nothing you do should work, honestly. If you're just doing things that just do not work together, no matter how godly the drop you get, like maybe a really godly drop would help you for like this really, really short period of time. But if you really aren't doing things that work together, and like somehow you just find stuff that really doesn't work together, then you're just out of luck. That's how I think it should work. Then how you get really, really powerful in a more like I stomp everything sort of way is through lots of time, lots of investment mixed with a good build. Like if you've played a character for hundreds of hours efficiently and you have amazing gear because you've done that, you've beaten difficult content to get that gear, and that's how you now stomp everything, then that is ideal to me. Like I feel like that peak should be reachable. Like if you want to instant elite bosses, like the hardest content in the game, I feel like that's one of the great things about PoE is that ceiling, the ceiling is like nobody can find it with PoE, and I love that about the game, and I think it's part of what makes it so great, because it is a power fantasy game. It's an ARPG. That's kind of what it's about, right? If you don't have any more power to gain, there's no more reason to play the character. So the fact that it keeps going up and up and up and up, I do think is important. It's just about how hard it is to get to the point that you destroy everything. And then the other part that, again, kind of goes back to maps is like, I kind of wish there was a way to scale like for these people that really go crazy and like they do sort of they can't really feel how powerful they are anymore past a certain point, right? I hope that they keep giving them higher and higher goalposts to hit, because then, at a certain point, what's for it. But I do understand, like, if you keep battling them with that, then eventually you're at the point where, like, people can't overpower the game, and then it's not great, because I think that should be a thing in the game. But it does seem like right now people are getting insane amounts of power with very little investment and very little luck. So that hopefully when they do the balance pass, that's what changes.
Mark bragged about getting to T15 maps in 30 or waystones in 32 maps, which is just ridiculous. And he must have been able to do them. He must have had a busted build. And it's very interesting, just the huge gap that there can be between characters when you have a character that comes fresh out of the campaign, like I presume his was, and it was able to do T13s, T14s, and then T15s, because you got to do those to get the T15 maps. That's crazy. I mean, my build, even though it was broken, Monk, Tempest Flurry, whatever, I wouldn't be able to do that. It's probably because he also was very skillful as a player as well. And that's something I also wanted to chat with you about, because you have done these retrospective.
I think it's also game knowledge, right? Like, I think there's more power in PoE 2 in your build than there is in PoE 1. I mean, maybe that's not exactly the right way to say it. But, like, you just by, like, picking a good combo of skills, I feel like you have much more easy access to power through decision making than you ever did in PoE 1. Which I'm sure to some degree is important. Like, I think you should feel it when you're like, oh, that's a good combo, right? But we're clearly at the point where, like, it's just kind of broken, right? So I don't know.
On what I consider as a no skill player, two very skill based games, Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne. And you're doing this awesome series that I think that's such a cool concept. When I heard you explain it, how you're not referencing to any future games until, like, you won't reference Dark Souls 2 in your Dark Souls 1 review, but in your Dark Souls 3 review, you'll mention Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and so on and so forth. Very, very cool. I've played a little bit of Dark Souls 1. I was stuck on the Asylum Demon because I'm an idiot, and I tried to kill him with the hilt of the sword for an hour.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize. And then I realized, oh my god, this cannot be intended. There must be a sword somewhere around here. Found it and everything. And my second time playing through that, I would never be stuck on the Asylum Demon for an hour, because I'll have the knowledge. There's the sword there, and my skill will be improved. So I'm curious to hear your take on this player skill and player knowledge debacle here, because a lot of people that first week especially hated Path of Exile 2.
Yep.
And I tried to poorly, I think, say, hey, in a month's time, or your second time, third time through, it's going to be so much better, because your knowledge is going to be way up here, and it doesn't matter if your skill is down here or here or here or here. The knowledge alone is going to allow you to overcome the obstacles in PoE 2. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that Path of Exile 2 is comparable to a Dark Souls, in which, skill derives almost everything, and the knowledge aspect can't help you dominate the game, or is it a little bit of a mix of both?
I definitely think it's a lot more. I think it depends on when you're looking at it. Right at the beginning, when you're in Act 1, I think it's quite a decent amount of mechanical skill and a little bit of knowledge as well. The knowledge definitely goes a long way, especially with item acquisition and everything like that. But there's definitely a degree of mechanical skill that is required, at least in Act 1, 2, and maybe 3, although Act 3 seems to be when most builds start to at least get going to the point where not as much mechanical.
Yeah, I kind of disagree. At least right now, I think if you have the knowledge, halfway through Act 1, you're gonna feel the difference. Like, you don't need to be nearly as skilled at the game. Halfway through Act 1, you're fine, unless you get really, really unlucky and, like, you can't get a hold of anything. But, like, knowledge alone helps you get a hold of gear so much easier, because you're like, know about the vendors, you know, about like you just know so much that like yeah, it's a big difference. Um I don't think you have to wait till Act 3 for that if you actually have the knowledge. Quiche was great. Thank you. I did actually finish it. We're about halfway through this. I'm gonna switch back over because I want to. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum. Let's see here. Need to unmute the game. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Unmute the game. We're gonna get our music back. All right, what was I doing? I think we need to do the signs and the math for this. So, all right, so each block needs to make this many. That is an annoying number. All right, I'm gonna be bot in chat again. 714286. All right, we're gonna output this. We are going to output screws. And the input this number divided by 3 is that. Alrighty, and then this number times 12.5. And then yeah, okay. And then this number times 3. What? Hey. Yeah. And then this is times 3. Okay. Oh, no, no, okay. I understand. I'm dumb. But I do understand. Alright. So this is 32, 6, 7, 8, 5, 7, 1. Okay, and it takes in iron ingots. All right, and then we want to produce this number. Too big. All right. Did it. This is well, I kind of screwed up my naming convention, huh? Well, screw. It's fine. All right, and then we'll swap it. The whole reason I swapped the other blueprints is kind of not important anymore. So all we actually have to do is that. All right, so that's the screws. What else did we want to do? I've completely lost track of what I was doing. So, I think we decided this was 8. So if I take this and I multiply it by 8. Nope. 7? 7. Okay, so 7 of these. We can fit 15. Is that right? Because we only need 1 block. At most. We don't even need a full block. But because we're operating in blocks, I think we need 1. So this block, which is the parking lot. But we don't need it, the full thing, but yeah, it's just it's an awkward amount of space. So unless I made the blocks bigger from now on, but that wouldn't make much sense. So yeah, I think this is that. That is what I'm gonna do. So that's 7 blocks. So we have 15 minus 7. We have 8 blocks left. So let me look at what else we haven't made. I need to look at the spreadsheet for a bit. So iron ingots we're already making. Ore 1. Iron ore is an input. I'm going to call this external because it's not even here. Same with this. This is an input. This is floor 1. This is an input. This is floor 1. This is an input. Input. input, input, floor 1, input. All right, we don't have these yet, which is fine. Reanimated Sam is being made on floor 1. And I believe that is everything that is on floor 1. So we can actually sort by this value now. All right. We are now saying screws are going on floor 2. So that's 7 blocks to fit 19 constructors, I guess. Is it? No, it's more than that. 7 blocks with 3 constructors each. We actually went for 21 constructors by doing it that way. So good to know. Basically, like, yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Can be up to 3 more than, like, or 2 more than the number rounded up of constructors once we divide it. I want to stick to constructors if possible. So what's another big one we could do? So this one was a lot. We could try... I do want to do more of the iron stuff, I guess, was what I was saying, right? So let's do iron plates. And iron rods. For sure we need to fit these, right? So... Okay. Let's do it. Iron plates. So it should be pretty straightforward because 90 maximum. I guess I should do the calculation, huh? I just realized I'm still showing the sheet, sorry. Iron plates. We're making 215. I don't know where I got the number from. How did I know how many blocks in the screws? I guess I just said, like, if there's 3 per, it has to be at least 19 machines. So I did something like this. I was like, 19 by 3, so it had to be 7. Yeah, that's what I did. Okay. So let's say for iron plates, it has to be 11 at least. So it's 4 blocks. So across 4 blocks that make where'd it go? 215. So each block has to make 53.75. Okay, I fell down because did not do this. All right, so it has to make 53.75. Is that what I said? Yes. Oh, it's gone forever. Parts, plates. So if we're making 53 0.75 instead of 60. So, oh my god, can't type. Save my life. Instead of 60, then we're making about 90% of capacity. So we want to do this times 90. So it's 80.625. 80.625. You know, I just got randomly concerned that I did this other blueprint wrong. Okay, I'll check it after. All right. Copy this number. Put it right here. Copy that. Bam. Ba-bam. And then we had a Mark II for the screws that we no longer need. Bam. What was this coming in? Mark 1, perfect. All right. I think it's done. It seems too easy, but I think we're good. All right, and this is IP, reconstructors, boop, boop, and we want this in this directory. Let's load the screw and so I said that it needs 32. Oh, that's correct. Okay. I was worried I was being done on me, but we're good. All right, and then let's load. Actually, that was the one I need to load because we need to change it. Actually, no. What am I doing? Why do I keep trying to make my life harder than it needs to be? Load this one. All we have to do is change where the wall is. And this is the right one. Boom. All right. So how many blocks was this? I already forgot. Oops. 11 divided by 3. So it was 4. So now we've got 4 plus 7, which is 11, which means we've got 4 blocks left. So we can fit a maximum of 12 constructors. Is that enough for rods? It is. Because rods will be 10 constructors. Which, if we divide by 3, gives us 4 blocks. It's fine, right? I feel like I'm going about this the wrong way. Because if I do 4 blocks, I'm using... I guess that's just kind of the way of load balancing, but... But also it's not. Like, I could easily... On the last 2 that I did, right? We only needed 19 machines. We did 7 blocks. So then I did 21 machines. But I could have just done 19 machines, but at a different ratio. So we could have fit more. I just feel like I'm doing this in such a backwards way because I'm doing blueprints. But I guess load balancing it would be harder if we did it the other way. Like, the same amount goes into each block because I've done it this way. Yeah. Okay, so 10 times 3, 4 blocks. That was exactly the remaining blocks. So we're good. So we just do the iron rods and then we're done with floor 2. Why is it like that? Why has it done this? All right. Let's load the constructor ones. And I'll modify this. So, we are doing rods. All right, how many per block? Or yeah, per block. So instead of splitting it, okay, iron rods, 136 divided by 4, 34. Well, that makes it pretty simple, right? Oops. 34 rods. Normally it makes 45. And it takes as much as it makes, so just needs 34. Great. All right, so then we do this times 15. All right. That makes sense. 11 times 3, 33 plus 3/3, 34. Easy peasy. All right, and we've got Mark 1 going in, Mark 1 going out. Got our walls, got our labels. We're good. That was easy. Iron rods. Change the picture. Save. clear. And we want to load. Actually, I'm just going to do this one again. So I keep forgetting we only have to change the walls. Easy peasy. Alright, that is now the left. Alright, that is the entire 4th floor. I just gotta place it. And I think my walkways should work as is. So that's cool. All right. I guess the bigger question is, how do I want to lay this out? I also have to remember how many of each. So 7 of these. 4 of these. 10? I don't remember. I have to like remath it out. Let's see. It was definitely 7 of these. I should just do that. Because if we do it on this side, that's this entire side done. So there we go. Oh, I'm out of cable. Makes sense. Let's just do this real quick. Let's pretend we're gonna make 14 of these. We'll know everything we need. We should, yeah. We need a little bit of wire, cable, and a bunch of concrete. Makes sense to me. Cable. Oh, great. All right. Good to go. I should put the pathways up there. Can't walk. Thing is, I just don't actually know how I'm gonna do it. 100%. Because I think I'm gonna cover this parking lot. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh. Da, da, da. Yeah, I don't know. I'll mess around with that. But first, we need a starting point for catwalks. So, I want a double wide. Oof. Situated my chair. All right. All right, so that's too far. Yeah, it needs to be. It might be easier to do the other one, I'm not sure. No, I didn't place that right. Okay. Let me try the other one. Just don't have the same starting point. Oh. There we go. Okay, so from here it should be much easier. Yes. Here's. Unless I put it backwards. All right, that's lined up. That's lined up. Two, I think. That's crazy. And like, imagine there's just like belts for days. I need a new blueprint. Yeah, we need one that ends, but in a single wide. All the voices in my head. Okay. All of that makes sense. And we need a straight. Big. I could literally just look down and copy what's below. I didn't even think of it that way. Wait, what happened? How did we get misaligned? Hmm. How did that happen? Huh? I got you. Yeah, it's because the one side's longer. There it is. And we get a double wide. Okay. Oh no, we're out of steel. Yay. Yay. It's pretty cool. Okay, so we need a blueprint for end of the line in a single wire. So this one, middle row. know where I'm going, but I'm growing all the same. And no, I'm growing, but I'm growing all the same. I don't know. Whoa. Why is that so incorrect? Does it need to be shorter? I guess it needs to remove this. I didn't realize. Just like that. Here we go. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Oh. 5 made this way more complicated than it needed to be. Alright, the laziness is setting in. It's literally the only thing missing. I don't want to make a blueprint for it. Placing it's a bit hard. Okay, sure. Alright, fine. Fine. Alright. It's literally the blueprint that I just edited. Okay. All right. On. Should be correct. Okay, that lines up. This goes to the end, and then there will be a door there. All right. Interesting. Yeah, so like doing it this way, I think ultimately is gonna save me materials. Cause like, yeah. Still not entirely sure what I want to do with like the outside of the building. I think it would be kind of cool if this was all contained within, but like it's very open design within. If I leave it completely open design, then having doors and stuff is kind of pointless. Like that come in on the outside, so these would probably go away if I changed it. But I think it'd be better if it's enclosed, because then I can kind of control what is and isn't seen of all the conveyor stuff in this outer wall. So I think I will enclose it. Just not entirely sure how. And then we'll fill out the rest of these. So this is 7 blocks of those, so that's correct. So now it should be easy to do the rest. I just have to remember how many I'm actually making. Oh! How did I get in the situation that I don't have it? Oh, because I built all these walkways. Sure. Okay, we need more plates then. Yeah, we like... Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Get rid of all these because we made them. Okay, yeah, all we need is that. Fill in this. But then it'll be easy. I feel like the higher up we go, the less work I have to do every floor, because I've done all the blueprints, right? As long as we keep to this format, like I'm not like making the floors a drastically different layout, right? We have the formula now, so it's faster. It's gonna look crazy. Like, we're not even on any of the advanced components, and we're already taking up this much space. Like, we're making 3 different things on the floor I'm currently building. This is gonna be a tower for sure. I was a little worried at first because of how efficiently we packed so much into such a small space, but I am not as concerned. I am wondering about other light sources once we're enclosed. But if I have to modify a blueprint and replace it, it's not the end of the world. Especially if it's just the decorative stuff. I think I want to make a lot more decisions before I actually hook anything up or do like any belts inside the building, because if I don't, we're gonna end up in a really bad situation where like I should have done something, but I didn't, and then I have to redo a ton of stuff. The belts and the power in particular, because I can't fully blueprint them, like I have to manually connect them. That's the big thing I don't want to mess up. I feel like I've done something incorrect. Okay. How many blocks of this do I need? I didn't actually figure it out. Iron rods was 10 constructors, so it was 4. Oh no, we're not doing iron rods, we're doing plates. Plates was 10, which is 11, which is 12. Which is 4. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Right. I guess the question is, should I do... Yeah, I'm gonna do 4, like... Let me in. Alright, that's good. That door did not open. Okay, so half of this is the plates. Half of it is nods. That. I just built freaking screws, didn't I? I did. Why did I do that? Rods. Try this again. Rods. There we go. This one goes opposite side. Good. Rods left. Boom. rods. Looking good. I gotta figure out what I'm doing with that mess. I honestly, like, it feels a little bit wasteful, but I think I'm just gonna close this up. It's the box that goes up. I think every floor. So I think because this will probably look identical every floor, I do need to make sure that, you know, I print this as I should, right? So this whole thing. Just needs to away from. Yeah, even this. I do not want to accidentally not blueprint anything, really. We've done a pretty good job of blueprinting everything. That is a blueprint. That is a blueprint. That is a blueprint. Blueprint. Okay. Good. Not leaving anything down that's not a blueprint. I think I should fix this parking blueprint as soon as possible, and then do the 2 blueprints that will repeat in this section of the factory. You know, going up every time. Sooner rather than later. Before I do the 3rd floor. And that way, it's not later. Oh. Just fell down. Now we jump across. But this is a lot of factory already. So if we open the spreadsheet, this is gonna be something. So what we've accomplished is this list. And honestly, the end part we haven't really done, but and same with the next, whatever. In terms of floors of production, we have pretty much all of it left. It's not that much. It's we've done 18, again, not really, but out of 50. So, and not all of this goes into here. So 32 minus minus these 2, so 30. Probably minus the fabric as well. 29. Yeah. So we've got 29 products left. And I've been specifically targeting bigger operations. So the biggest, in terms of just sheer number of machines left for inside this building, is wire. So I'll probably try to do wire, cable. I may not put cable on the same floor, I'm not sure. Wire for sure. Probably copper sheets. Even though it's not actually that many, I'll just do it. Copper sheets. Maybe we should just do cable on the same floor. But quick wire and concrete kind of go together. Yeah, so like, because those have bigger machine counts. And maybe we could fit. If I don't do cable, and we do like the steel parts, maybe. That would make sense. Yeah. And then once we're talking about, like, not constructors, I'm kind of going by part a little bit. Like, the first floor has mostly smelters, and then foundry, which is just a fancy smelter. So, second floor, constructors. There's also constructors on the first floor, but only one. But yeah, this is basically a constructor floor. Next floor could be a constructor floor. And then we're talking like assembling, pretty much. Like, I think we've got maybe 2 more floors of constructor stuff. So like that tier of stuff. I call it like tier 2 is what constructor stuff kind of is. Tier 3 is assemblers, and tier 4 is manufacturing. And then, yeah, we'll have the roof. But I think we're gonna have a couple floors of assemblers because assemblers are really big. It'll also be when we start having taller floors, because an assembler, if I show my game here, we don't play. It's power. If I, it's kind of hard to see, but its power pole is like right up there, you know? I could probably cram it in, but there'd probably be a little bit of clipping. So I think, and also maybe I could fit 2 inside of my current block size. I feel like that'd be pushing it a lot too. Put it on the ground real quick. So its center is kind of here. There's like a little bit of walking space. And yeah, I mean, I think we could fit 2. Kind of like the boundaries and stuff. I think we could fit 2 into a block, which means 4 into, I guess 2 into a half block, 4 into a full block. And then, yeah, so that means since we can fit 15 blocks, we would have 15 times 2, 30 assemblers per floor, which is actually a lot. But I would probably have to merge, like, I have a feeling it's going to take up more space just because I'm not merging products as much into individual, like, half blocks. We'll see. But, like, if we look at this. 2 assemblers. That's 2 assemblers. That's a lot of assemblers. I wanted a lot of reinforced iron plates, so 6.5 assemblers, so that's a little awkward because that's probably gonna be like we have 4 blocks or 4 half blocks doing reinforced iron plates. That's 2 assemblers. That's only 1 assembler. 2 assemblers. 4 assemblers. So, like, it's not usually very many, but I do think there's still gonna be multiple floors of assemblers, even though we can fit 30 per. Like, how many raw is this? 2, 3. Okay, I mean, if you, the decimals always make it look better than it is, but it's probably like 40 assemblers if we were just doing it straight up. So, yeah, at least 2 floors. At least 2 floors. But still, all in all, that's not bad. Like, if I do 2 more floors constructors, 2 floors assemblers, say a manufacturing floor. How many manufacturers do we One, two. Manufacturers are huge. But we don't have very many things that need them, so. Yeah, I will have 6 manufacturers. That's not very many. We could do a floor for that. So, a floor for manufacturers. That's 5 more floors, plus the top floor, which will be storage, hub, you know, space elevator, all that good stuff. So, 6 more floors. So it's an 8-floor tower. It's gonna be pretty tall. It's gonna be pretty tall. I'm very happy. If you can't tell. All right, so we'll say Rajang 2.0 starter. I think we're done with this. Well, I'll say 2.5. I have to do the parking lot stuff. But what a good end to the week. I will be back on Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern time. We're on the schedule now. As for switching up games, I'm very undecided. I am leaning towards, at the moment, just streaming Satisfactory. I am going to keep an eye on Farming Sim. Last I checked, there wasn't enough for me to start the playthrough that I want to start. And then for Path of Exile, I'm still loving the game, but I do feel like at the moment I don't have anything like super interesting to like add stream-wise. Maybe once I get my warrior I was working on to maps, that could be cool to just like chill and run maps and scream at stuff until it dies. I don't know. But I think I'm going to focus more on Satisfactory, at least until we get 1.1 patch. And I mean, I'm definitely coming back to streaming it when the League is out. And also, Path of Exile 1 League, supposedly, is going to be out any minute now. like end of January. And then end of February is Monster Hunter. So things are going to be crazy. I really hope those two things don't overlap, but we'll see what happens. Monster Hunter will win that fight, unfortunately, for stream at least. If you were dying to watch me play whatever the PoE thing is, gonna do that. The plan is to play with Juan through the story of Monster Hunter Wilds, and it should be a lot of fun. Thank you again, Lola, for the quiche. Let me find somebody to raid. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you have a good rest of your week. I see our target. We're going to go raid Zan. He is playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It is his first playthrough. If you don't know him, he's wonderful. So definitely go over there and hang out with him. I'm really, really tired. I'll see you guys on Sunday. Bye.